This is the 2021 Pilot Flying J South Atlantic Conference Baseball Tournament Championship. 8 teams. 5 days. One champion. From Smokies Stadium, this is the 2021 Pilot Flying JSAC Baseball Tournament.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome back to Smokies Stadium as we get set for the first pitch of our nightcap and our final game of today. Due to weather, the Carson-Newman Wingate game has been moved to tomorrow at 11 a.m. With Brandon Roberts, I'm Michael Watchering. Excited for this game as the top-seeded Indians take on Newberry. This would be an elimination game for the Wolves, and here's how Catawba lines up in this one. Spiva, Shepard, and Wilkinson will get us started, and in the first inning yesterday, it was a Catawba team that scored 7 times with 2 outs in the first inning. And they'll go up against a man that is making his dramatic return to the rotation, Tomas Sorcia. He started 7 games this year, but he's back out there, and the right-hander's ready to go to work here on Luke Spiva. The first pitch of the ball game is up and away for ball 1, 1-0, and we're underway here at 7:20. And B-Rob, you get a guy like Sorcia back, that helps because you weren't expecting him to be available at all the rest of the year, and he is a critical piece to this puzzle.
Definitely, Michael. One thing with these tournaments, as an opposing team, you really don't know who you're facing until about an hour before the game. So for Catawba to see Sorcia on the lineup card, you know, a guy who's got a lot of success in this league as an offense, you know, it's like, all right, we got to go. We're going up against an all-conference guy.
Sorcia, one of the best pitchers that this league has had to offer the last couple years, limited this season with an injury as he pitches and misses down and in. 2-2. Coach Russell Triplett said that Sorcia could be a one-and-done kind of guy, or he could be out there for the long haul and get something special out of him. It all depends on how he feels. 2-2 is a fly ball foul off of third base. Clements will give it a look, but that gets into the seats. Well, it is starting to warm up, thankfully. It has been chilly throughout this weekend. There's actually some blue skies out there as well on a cold day. Newberry losing last night 10-2 to Wingate. It was a close game for a long time until Wingate put up 2 in the 5th and 5 in the 6th to break up the tie. Sorcia has the sign, and he pitches. And he gets a strikeout to begin the game. That's a great start for Sorcia.
That's his MO, the fastball up. Spiva saw 6 fastballs, all look like to be top of the zone. It'll be interesting to see if, because of the injury, if that's something he's going to stick with the fastball, or maybe it's just a left-handed batter. But you don't know if maybe he doesn't trust the slider yet. But maybe we'll see it here with the Conference Player of the Year in the box.
Hunter Shepard will stand in. 2 for 5 yesterday with a run scored. And left-hand hitter takes a firm strike on the outside corner. Overall this season, a .412 hitter. 10 long balls, 51 driven in, and Newberry hoping for a better fortune than what Coker had yesterday against Catawba. As Shepard rips one to first, a sinking liner that Orr snares, and there's quickly 2 away, and Sorcia off to a great start out there on the mound.
Yeah, he's going right at him. Not trying to nitpick, hit the corners. He's just going, here's my fastball, boys. Let's see if you can hit it.
Oh, I guess that's actually 2019 he went 8-0. Last year was 3-1 in that COVID-shortened year. Wilkinson, a .382 hitter on the season. Yesterday, 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored and an RBI. Sorcia pitches, and Wilkinson rolls it to first, and a good start as Orr takes it to the bag himself, and a very crisp and clean open to this ball game. Half inning in the books. Here comes Newberry's bats in a scoreless game.
32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
One, two, three, first inning from Tomas Sorsha. And now steps Greg Brown to the bump against this Newberry lineup that will have Bales, Orr, and Harris at the top. And it is a pesky, pesky group, a team that likes to go station to station, and a very difficult lineup to face. How much of it for a coach do you have to think about who you're going to throw, not just because of what he throws, but the athleticism that he has, knowing that he's going to have to field his position?
You definitely think of that. You don't want to put a guy out there who, like you said, can't field his position at all. Not sure Catawba has too many of those guys. But, yeah, when you play Newberry, it's not so much about stuff. It's who's going to fill the zone and who can make plays and be the ninth fielder out there.
So the leadoff man, Bales, at the plate, and he takes a strike. Yesterday, Bales was 0 for 2. As Hunter Dula racked up 10 punch-outs. For Wingate, he threw 125 pitches as well, even though Wingate took a pretty substantial lead while he was still out there. 1-2 the count.
Yeah, I was pretty impressive by Dula last night. If I had to guess, that's a pretty good arm, and I think Wingate's going to take care of it. So they may have just thought, this is his one outing. Let's let him go and see what he can give us.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. And here's the offering, and it's a swing and a miss on a fastball up. So both pitchers start off their days at the office with a high strikeout. Yeah, I was going to ask about that. We talked some about the strategy yesterday, and obviously if you have a guy like that can go the distance, you might as well just save him and save your bullpen as well, because your bullpen only threw 28 pitches even though you were up big.
There's just nothing worse as a coach if you pull your starter and the game goes south. You just don't want to live with that. That's hard to do, and we saw it with Catawba yesterday. Ketchy was very efficient. I'm sure he'll be able to bounce back, but Orr drills that one in the right center gap.
It's a good piece of hitting by Orr as he takes a wide turn at first base, but it's cut off by Poteet, and the first base runner of the game for either side is a one-out single.
And every guy's different. The way Ketchy bounces back is different from the way Dula might bounce back, and the coach knows that going into the game. We have some guys that can go 3 days in a row. We have some guys who, if we get them up in the bullpen, we know we got to put them in the game because we won't be able to use them tomorrow.
Both of these teams hoping their pitchers can go deep as now Jack Harris stands to the plate. .360 hitter on the season. Yesterday, 0 for 4 in that loss to Wingate. And a check swing and a miss on a pitch downstairs. 1 out, 1 on. Newberry trying to strike first and ruin some brackets that would force us to go to the alternate bracket, which would mean that 5 teams are remaining in the field. If Newberry loses, they get eliminated. Brown pitches, and a high fly ball hit to right field. Should be easily playable by Poteet as he leans to his left and makes the play. So 2 outs.
not too bad to see right now if you're an outfielder, but here in the next 20 minutes, half hour or so, might be a tough sky. Just something to look at for the outfielders for both teams. Saw last night, Lansdowne made a great play at second base around this time when Harris lost the ball in right field.
So now Aiden Bauer, 336 hitter on the season. 2 outs and a runner at first, no score. Catawba looking to stay unbeaten in this field and win a 14th straight game. And this first pitch is in the dirt, now caught off the bag as Harris throw down to second, and they easily nab him. That'll go 2-6 on the caught stealing, and that'll end the inning. So Brown faces the minimum. 3 up, 3 down for both sides in the first, and we're through an inning. No score. Catawba and Newberry here on the SAC Digital Network.
What defines a truly distinguished university? Visionary leadership, innovative teaching and learning, compelling evidence of success, a flexible learning environment. These are the traits that have made Anderson University one of 200 schools in the world to be chosen as an Apple School of Distinction. Anderson University, knowledge for the journey.
You're right. That's a 5th floor problem.
Not in my house. No. Not today.
Jimmy, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
Happier than Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot.
Nice.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Back at Smoky Stadium, scoreless after the opening inning. Each team seeing the minimum in the frame. Sorsha, honorable mention, all-conference pick. We have 2 of the top pitchers in the league duking it out here this evening as Jeremy Simpson will start us off here in the top of the second. Sorsha, a very efficient opening inning. Needed just 11 pitches to get through it. And the right-hander tosses his first pitch to the frame, and Simpson sends a rocket to left, but it'll be pulled down by a well-positioned Nick Butler. It's 4 up, 4 down for Sorsha. And these two teams, I felt like were maybe at the biggest disadvantage of any team here today because they knew that they were going to probably have to show up to the ballpark, but they didn't know when. Originally, games were pushed back a couple hours, then a few more hours, and all the way back to 3 o'clock. And then Tusculum and Coker played almost 4 hours of baseball, so they've been sitting around for a while. The pitch stays up. How does that influence a team's mindset knowing that they have to sit around that long as they try to stay fresh? I saw some Newberry players getting some workouts down the line.
It's tough, and yeah, like you said, that first game went 4 hours, but Poteet drives one deep to right.
All the way back to the wall and leaning up against it. Harris is able to make the catch. Long drive from Poteet, but he's retired, and there's 2 away.
Yeah, you try to time it up, but I think that game, after about the 5th inning, we might have been an hour 45 in. So as you said, their pitchers were going. They were doing some med ball work and bands and ladders and everything you could think of down the left field line. And then the last 3 innings of the game take 2 hours, and that's the thing with baseball. You can't time it. You don't know exactly when it's going to be, and hopefully throughout the year, there's just different things that happen that you have to be flexible for that prepare you for the tournament.
Strike 1 here to Zach Miller getting the start behind the plate. 294 hitter this season. The righty pitches and a swing and a miss on a pitch upstairs. And it's 2 strikes and nothing. Sorsha has had some good outings, but hasn't pitched since April 10th. He lasted just 2/3 of an inning against Lincoln Memorial in that game. But he looks nice tonight, the 0-2. Off the plate away, 1-2. And it's very interesting to see him out here. He has missed a few weeks here and there, just trying to get back to full health. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Stays high, 2-2.
He's a graduate student. I know that outing against LMU, it wasn't because he was getting hit around. I know he had a arm issue he was dealing with that he came out of the game for. But being a graduate student, not sure what he plans to do in the future, but he's probably just trying to leave it all on the field tonight.
The 2-2. High fly ball foul, and we'll do it again. What makes him a challenging pitcher? He pitched against you guys, went 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, just 2 hits.
Yeah, a big thing in baseball with pitching today, you talk a lot about spin rate, and we don't have the numbers on him or anything, but he likes to pitch with his fastball at the top of the zone, and he gets a lot of swing and miss. So what we speculated is that he's got a high spin fastball.
Which
There's
was
a slider
slider
there that stayed up. But basically what that means with the high spin slider, it looks like it's in one spot, and instead of staying there or maybe going down a little bit, it actually rises. And that's hard as a hitter if you're expecting the ball to be in one place and it just stays on plane. But that's what Sorsha's got with the fastball and the slider.
Payoff pitch, fouled back.
He's thrown 2 of the sliders. They both stayed up so far. Might be something in the bullpen he didn't really have a feel for, and he's been going with the fastball. But Miller's got a lot of juice, as you saw on that foul ball a couple pitches ago. See the full count here, what Sorsha goes with. I'm going to say fastball up.
Another payoff pitch coming from Sorsha. Left one up in the zone, but Clements, the catcher, will have a chance at this one, and he makes it. That's 6 up, 6 down. And an impressive start for Tomas Sorsha, the 2-time all-conference pick. Dialed in early. We got a good one through an inning and a half. Scoreless here at Smoky Stadium.
Dear college sports.
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal, and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
Catawba College is a story of transformation. It's a place where students' creativity is fostered, a place of inspiration to go beyond the classroom, a place of belonging no matter who you are. Mentorships, a broad curriculum, and hands-on experiences prepare students for employment and a lifetime of learning. At Catawba, you begin as you are and transform with your interests and experiences. We're Catawba, and we have a good story to tell.
Greg Brown back to work here in the bottom of the second inning. We're scoreless so far. Good pitchers duel against 2 of the top hurlers in the league. As a little flare hit out there by Aiden Bauer, an honorable mention all-conference pick, and there's the ground out. 4-3 put away. Well, we know how potent Catawba's offense is. Newberry has to work maybe a little bit harder to do it. Going against these pitchers, what's the mindset that you normally had against the top pitcher? Do you like to attack early, or do you want to see more pitches?
There's such a give and take, and it depends on the guy. And in a tournament like this, getting their pitch count up, it's not that they're going to come out of the game. They're going to ride them as long as they can. But I would say a guy like Greg Brown, see if you can get on time early, maybe see some pitches, see what he's going, see what pitches he's going to, because he's got a good curveball, see if he wants to use that early. But then you also have to pick your spots where you're going to be aggressive. Traditionally, the bottom of this lineup here for Newberry sees pitches, works counts, find ways to get on. So we'll see what Allman does here.
Allman 268 on the season as he takes the pitch downstairs. A ball and a strike. Yesterday, great day at the office. 2 for 4 and a run scored.
Allman will surprise you. He's got some juice. Not a very tall guy. Plays at a big park in Newberry, but his power, that one home run was at Carson-Newman over the left field fence. But he does have some pop.
It's not a heavy power hitting Newberry team. On the season, they were last in the conference. 7 total home runs.
They got a specific recruiting plan. They recruit to their field. They recruit speed. They recruit toughness. And the players buy into it, and they play a different type of game than a lot of teams do.
The 2-1. That's off the plate away. 3-1. Does that make it harder because of how today's you mentioned some spin rate stuff earlier, and with how baseball is trending now with the swing and miss and hitting for the fences, does that make it more challenging for an opposing coach to scout and prepare for teams like this that put so much pressure on you?
I think it depends. Yeah, if you're a team that doesn't play like that, then yeah, it is. So Allman draws ball 4, get a base runner for Newberry. If you're a team that doesn't play like that, it's almost like in football. Whatever offense you run, your defense is prepared for that because you scrimmage against them all the time in practice. Same thing for baseball. You play against your team, your pitchers a lot. So if you play against a team that's completely different than what you do, you have to do a lot more preparing for it.
So now we'll see if anything comes of a 1-out walk to Allman, with Nick Butler standing in and a quick throw over in that direction. Newberry, 5th in the country in stolen bases. They have 80 of them this season. They also rank 2nd in the nation in sacrifice bunts, so a lot of options on the table. And another throw to first.
Newberry tries to do, and a lot of teams try to do, but they try to get the timing of the pitcher from when he comes set to when he pitches. So as a pitching staff against Newberry, you want to make sure you're mixing up your holds and not pitching on the same timing and getting in the same rhythm every time because they're trying to time that up.
These two teams didn't play in the regular season as the runner takes off. Allman to second. The throw down is late. And Colin Allman has his 11th stolen base of the season.
Miller didn't really have a shot there. Wouldn't even call it a great jump by Allman, but Greg Brown not the quickest to the plate. Like I said, Miller would have had to put that right on the money to even have a chance.
So now a man in scoring position, and as we mentioned, this is exactly what Newberry likes to do. Apply that pressure and see if they can take advantage of those extra bases.
Coach Triplett wondering about that last pitch. I'm wondering, too, if it was called a ball or a strike. I think they called it a strike. Looked like it was way out of the zone. I think we have some confusion about the count right now.
Scoreboard says 1-0. The home plate umpire is saying that it's 1 strike and nothing, so we'll get that taken care of. And then we'll be back and ready to roll. Nick Butler, 308 hitter on the season. Team's leader in stolen bases, so great speed as the corner infield is in. Brown pitches, and a bouncer foul. We mentioned yesterday the fact that Catawba organizes its defense probably more than any other team in the conference with how they handle it, and that helps them in a game like this because they're used to being in different positions, and we've already seen the corner infield have to move around a little bit.
I was excited to watch this game because Catawba is always known for having really good defense, especially on the corners. 2 Gold Glovers at third and first, so that matchup against Newberry's offense is really fun to watch.
Hard hit line drive past the diving second baseman, butts it into right center. Around third base comes Allman. The throw will not be cut off. It actually took a awkward bounce off of the mound. Solid piece of hitting by Butler, and Bryce Butler was able to get it back in. Newberry in business with men at the corners here against Brown.
Really solid base running by Allman as that ball was stung by Butler up the middle. Butts with a nice effort. You got to freeze there. Step back in case he catches it. You get doubled up. Would love for Allman to score, obviously, but a great baseball play, freezing, making sure the ball went through. And now you got opportunity for Clements first and third, and this is where Newberry goes to work. They've got so many options here with the push, bunt, the drag, hit and run, and they've got speed on the corners to make something happen.
Yeah, the question is, do they try to drop something down with Clements at the plate? He does square to bunt, pushes it first base side, and doesn't get it down.
Clements is one of the best draggers I've seen. multiple times. He just places it, gets a good angle down the third baseline. That's what I've seen him do against us, and I'm pretty sure he placed one last night as well.
Does your preparation change throughout the week knowing that you're playing Newberry?
Yeah, it definitely does. You work on a couple more things. You make sure your third baseman works on coming in and fielding bunch, that's for sure. Being able to come, set your feet, make a throw. So you do have to prepare for that, but hopefully you're preparing for that throughout the year and not completely changing. Just little things here and there that you do a little bit more of.
0-1 pitch, no bunt here. The runner was moving, and it's a foul ball back.
So it looked like we got the push bunt, the safety squeeze on the first pitch, then a hit and run on the second pitch. Now you're 0-2. That kind of does take away your options a little bit. But Brown not helping Miller out with his time to the plate here. If you're a base runner at first and you know the pitcher isn't quick to the plate, you're not as worried about getting a great jump. You could get a big lead, kind of wait for him to go a little bit and not worry about going as soon as he moves.
Here's the pitch. Runner takes off again. They will throw down to second. It's in time for the out. That was a perfect throw by Miller.
That was bang, bang. That throw was on the money. Good tag by Simpson. You could see there, not even a great jump, but he thought, like, it took a perfect throw to get him, and that definitely got him as Simpson tagged Butler on the shoulder. What a throw by Miller. That's huge.
That's a big out because now Brown's a strike away from ending the inning. The 1-2. This is in the dirt. It gets away from Miller. Here comes the runner to the plate. Allman steps on home, and just like that, it's Newberry that scores first.
I guarantee nothing was said to Butler about getting thrown out there by Newberry's coaching staff, and my point is that they'll take that with the way they play. They don't want to put fear into their guys to run and get thrown out and then not run again. They know that's going to come with the aggressive nature that they play with, and then next pitch they get a dirt ball that a lot of people score on, but a lot of people don't even try to score on that either.
Catawba's one of the best defensive teams in the country, and their miscue gets Newberry on top as Clements fouls it back. Such an added emphasis on the catching position against this team as well. We just saw Miller make a good throw, but couldn't block a ball and preserve a tie ball game. Brown misses downstairs, and the count's full here in the second inning.
They can definitely expose you both at the catcher position, third base, and like you mentioned earlier, if you got a pitcher on the mound who can't field his position well, that's where they can expose you.
Right-hand pitcher Brown once more set. He pitches. And a high pop-up. Back behind the second baseman, it is Butts getting called off by Poteet to make the catch, and that ends the inning. Newberry strikes first on the wild pitch, and it is a 1-0 Wolf lead after 2 innings here on the SAC Digital Network. Newberry gets on the board first. Wolves able to get one across on a wild pitch with 2 outs. And now it'll be Catawba looking for an answer. First 6 men have been retired by Tomas Sorsha Jr. Joe Butts will start it off. Second team all-SAC selection. The right-hander pitches, and he drops one off the plate away. For ball 1.
Doesn't have the sharpness to that slider that he usually has. That's usually a plus pitch. We'll see if he keeps throwing it to find it or if he just relies on the fastball a lot more tonight.
Ground ball hit out to short. Allman will pick it up. takes a couple slide steps and throws him out. 7 up, 7 down for Sorsha. Bryce Butler will now dig in. 359 hitter on the season. Yesterday, Butler 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs and a run scored. There's such depth in this Catawba lineup, very difficult. 1 through 9. Butler takes a strike on the inside corner.
Butler would fit in nice at Newberry. Covers a ton of ground in the outfield. Sees a lot of pitches. Just sprays the ball backside. Uses that 6-hole a lot as a lefty, and then just uses his speed to get down the line.
There's a little flop shot towards right center that's going to sink in for a base hit in front of Zane Terrence. And as you mentioned, perfect piece of hitting and a 1-out base runner for the Indians.
That's what makes him tough. Like I said, he can go backside if you throw him away. Sorsha tried to go up and in with a fastball, and he was able to have a short enough swing to pull the hands in and get a base hit to right center. We saw him do that yesterday as well.
First base runner after the first 7 were retired by Sorsha. Now Cameron Mills, the first team all-conference third baseman, standing in as Catawba looks to answer Newberry's opening run. Time was called, and that was a very late time being given by Frank Barlow behind the plate.
Yeah, it didn't hold very long. You usually see that when pitcher holds for a while, gets the runner to freeze, hitter to freeze a little bit. A quick time call by Mills.
There's a strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch. Butler this year has 8 steals and 13 attempts. Certainly a threat to run. Fastball down the middle. It's 0-2. Temperatures right about 59 degrees here at game time. Been chilly throughout the day. Rain for much of the morning, but it's cleared up into a pretty nice night. The 0-2. Another foul ball off of first base.
Good pitch by Sorsha. Got Mills to take the first 2 fastballs that had a little bit of the plate on the outer half. Extended that one off. Got Mills to foul it off. That ball was just off the plate on the outside corner. Now he's got a lot of options here. He can try to get in, maybe get a ground ball.
Sorsha set, he pitches. And a tapper foul off of first base.
Decided to stay away with the slider. You saw Mills flinch a little bit. Was able to have the hands back, still get a piece of it. Sorsha's in control of this at-bat here.
Sorsha's been in control for much of the day. 1-out single ended his streak of 7 straight to retire to begin this ball game. So how things will play out. We'll start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Carson-Newman and Wingate will start us off, and then we'll decide from this game how things shake out after that, and then we'll have at least 2 on Monday. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch, and a foul ball straight back.
It's a great job by Mills. You can see Newberry's defense shifted to the right side. Allman just to the left of the second base bag, almost directly behind Sorsha. Bowers off the line. Sorsha's pitching to it on the outside part of the plate.
Sorsha has the sign, and will throw to first. Aren't a lot of fans here at the ballpark. Neither side making that long trip, and kind of understand that with the rain in the forecast today. Thanks for stopping by as we bring you this game here from Kodak, Tennessee, just outside of the Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg area. High pop-up off of first. This will probably reach the seats, and indeed it will. 79th meeting between these two clubs. Catawba had won 3 straight and shut out 2 of the 3 were in shutout fashion. 16th time they've dueled in the postseason. Last time these teams met in the postseason was here as Catawba eliminated Newberry behind 2-0 and 3-2 wins on back-to-back days. Another throw to first base. That was a close play, but he's safe. That was a tight one over there at first. Great move by Sorsha.
Butler definitely looking like he was trying to run on that one. Got him to free. Yeah, he's going. Definitely got the hand back in.
So now another 0-2. Instead, it's on hold again.
You don't see very often after a close play like that. That usually shuts the running game down, at least for a pitch. Maybe that means it's a good time to run.
Still not running this time, and a breaking ball misses off the plate. 1-2.
It's been a heck of an at-bat by Mills. No matter what happens here, he's making Sorsha work. About to turn the lineup over to the top with Spiva and Shepard. No matter the result of this at-bat, you know, he's definitely seen about 7 or 8 pitches so far.
Already been a more stressful at-bat than he really has had much of the day. The 1-2. Fly ball foul off of right field, out of play.
Sorsha hasn't, everything's been on the outer half here, on that outer third. And Mills is definitely trying to go the other way with it. That's the way his swing works. Haven't seen Sorsha try to go in. Seems like that'd be an effective pitch with it looks like the approach that Mills is having. He gets the barrel on one on the outside corner. Harris has creeped in pretty shallow and right.
And well over towards the line, too. There goes the runner this time. The pitch is in the dirt. Good throw from Clements, but they would never get Butler, who had a great jump. And he swipes his 9th base of the year.
Huge factor in base stealing is picking a good pitch to go on. Sorsha bounced that pitch. I really couldn't tell if it was a fastball that got spiked or a slider in the dirt, but tough play for Clements to try to pick that, make a good throw. So good pitch to run on there for Butler.
Catawba looking to answer, trailing Newberry by a run. Sorsha pitches, and that's off the plate away. And it's full now, 3-2. Wonderful at bat here from Mills.
Hasn't shown today that he's going to throw that sharp slider for a strike. So if you're Mills, you're expecting nothing but the fastball. If he throws you a good slider, you tip your cap. But I have to say he's going to sit dead right on a fastball.
Back up the middle. It's fielded by Allman, who is playing to the left of the second base bag, and he throws out Mills. Great at bat, but the pitcher eventually wins it.
Well positioned was Allman. Butler not able to advance to third. Had to see the ball past the pitcher. Tough to make a decision there because, like I said, you got to see it past the pitcher. You don't want to make that out at third. Then he's kind of in no man's land once he froze.
It was an 11-pitch at bat, though.
That's huge.
And he gets the top of the order up with a runner in scoring position. 1-0 Newberry. Newberry looking to stave off elimination while Catawba looking to stay on the plus side of the winner's bracket. The pitch. Misses down and in. 1-0. Spiva at the plate. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. Spiva 2 for 4 yesterday with an RBI and a run scored. And stark contrast from yesterday when Catawba by this point in the game was up 10-0. Here they trail by a run and have yet to put one across. The 1-0. Stays up in the zone. It's 2-0. Well, certainly if you're Catawba, the way that you look at it, you think you go Brown today, Shepard tomorrow. You set yourself up nicely for a Monday afternoon shot at a championship. Probably bring Ketchy back, but Newberry trying to have something to say about that. The 2-0. Check swing. They want an appeal. And Gary Keller says that he laid off.
Thought he laid off. Not a bad pitch there. It looked like a strike for a while. You see the replay here. Spiva already choked up a little bit.
Pretty close.
I don't even know what the rule is, to be honest. If it looks like a swing, it's a swing. I'll retract my statement. He may have went there, and nobody's got a better view than Coach Triplett in the third base dugout.
A 4-pitch walk to Spiva, and here comes the conference's player of the year.
Got to give the assist to that walk to Mills. We talked about the stress of the 11-pitch at bat, and you won't know the direct effect of it. But Sorsha definitely was not trying to pitch around Spiva to get to Shepard. So Mills definitely tired him out, made him throw a lot of pitches, and then he wasn't as sharp for the next guy. Be a good time for catcher to go talk to his pitcher, maybe give him a little bit of a breather after too long or a long at bat, and then
the game, half of those have come in this inning. Shepard lined to first his first time up, and he gives up a strike on a fastball outside to fall behind at 0-1. Shepard, the reigning MVP of this conference championship back when Catawba won it in 2019. One strike pitch. Shepard pops it up. This should wrap it up. Allman, the shortstop, calls for it. He squeezes it, and that ends the inning. Good job by Sorsha getting out of it. Catawba strands 2, and the Wolves continue to lead after 2.5, 1-0.
At me. Okay, let's get started. When you're first looking at where to go to school, what were you searching for?
Well, when I first started searching, I knew I wanted to go to a place where I wouldn't feel limited.
Where I wouldn't just grow as an athlete, but I'd also learn everything that I needed to know to launch my own business.
Somewhere that would truly prepare me for the real world, for what I was going to do next.
Where I could grow as an artist and develop my craft.
I wanted to go to a place where I wouldn't be just another number, a place where people really knew me.
Where over time, I would become a leader.
Somewhere that would show me all that I can be.
Somewhere that believed in me.
Somewhere that after I left, I would be proud of the person that I became.
And I found
that place
at Coker.
Greg Brown back to work in the bottom of the third inning here at Smoky Stadium. It's Newberry with the early edge, a 1-0 lead thanks to a wild pitch that brought Allman in from third base. And in a 1-0 contest, the right-hander Brown will get to work here against Zane Terrence. First pitch of this inning is on the outside corner for a strike. Yesterday, Terrence 0 for 3 with an RBI. Overall in the season, just a 176 hitter. The pitch. High fly ball foul off of first base. This year, Brown, some mixed results overall. Second most frequently used pitcher, but his last time out, he went the distance, a 9-inning, 3-hit shutout. He fanned 14 against Anderson. That was 8 days ago. Longest outing and best outing of the year. Oh, 2 pitch. Up and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brown delivers, and it's a swing and a miss. Good fastball up and in. His second strikeout of the day.
Good two-strike pitch there by Brown. Went to the fastball up and away. 0-2, a lot of times the traditional thing that pitchers do is follow that up with a curveball. He went right back and doubled up with a fastball inside. Got the swing and miss from Terrence.
So 1 up, 1 down, and now Dalton Lansdowne, a .308 hitter on the season. Yesterday in the loss to Wingate, 1 of 3 with an RBI. And a foul ball straight back. The last time that Catawba was in the conference championships, that's when they won it. Taking down Newberry twice to win the championship. Brown pitched just in one of those games. So a rematch of the title game from 2019 here. Fastball up and away. 1-1. The righty pitches, and here's a little flare hit out to shallow center. That's sinking in a hurry, and it's going to drop in front of Butler. And another one-out base runner. The last time Newberry had this, they were able to score. Now they've now had a hit in every single inning.
The way Newberry's lineup stacks up, you've got some guys at the top and the bottom that are more runners, put balls in play, single guys, and then you got a couple guys, 2, 3, 4, or Harris and Bauer that can drive guys in. So this is where they look to make things happen, get Lansdowne in scoring position for Orr.
Bales at the plate. He struck out his first time up as he squares the ball. Pretty much everybody in this lineup a threat to run with the exception of Aiden Bauer. He was caught 3 times in 4 tries. Throw to first and Lansdowne back. You mentioned earlier about the styles. I feel like this is a lot like basketball. Sometimes you have those pressing teams. Sometimes you have teams that like to play 2 true post players. And I feel like Newberry's style is exactly this. After Albert Bauer graduated, who was one of the top power hitters that this league had to offer in a long time, they went to more of this type of system. Danton Hyman was the conference's player of the year a couple of years ago when Newberry snatched the regular season title away from Catawba, the only time in the last 8 years that the Indians haven't won it. And another throw to first base, and once again back safely Lansdowne.
Hyman was a great leader for them on the field, emotionally, vocally. I remember a catch he made here. I'm sure you remember a couple years ago right by that 400 sign. It was just incredible. But he was a big part of them winning that outright championship. And then I still have nightmares of Albert Bauer and one of the balls he hit at Newberry against us. So thanks for bringing that up.
Hey, you're welcome. I figured it'd been a few years, and we drive that right back into you.
It's a good story to tell when we go to Newberry and our guys talk about how big the park is.
Ground ball to first. Shepard will pick it up. The runner was on the move, so his only out is at first. So it's not officially a sacrifice, but in essence it works as such, as the runner is in scoring position for the first of 3 straight all-conference selections in Luke Orr. He hit a single his first time up, and if he does the same here, Newberry will be able to extend its current 1-0 lead.
With the speed of Lansdowne at second, 2 outs, going on contact, like you said, if the ball gets to the outfield here, definitely be sending him. The ball's hit really hard, might have a play at the plate, but going to be tough for Catawba to get Lansdowne.
First pitch fastball out on the outside corner for a strike. Brown at 34 pitches, so he's nice and relaxed in terms of his total pitch count. And looking to get through the 3rd inning, and Catawba's bats will need to find a way to muster up some offense. Indians have won 13 straight games and now 19 of their last 20. The 0-1. Misses downstairs. It's 1-1. Or with that open stance, takes a strike on the outside corner. It's 1-2.
Really good pitch by Brown right there. Or one of the better guys for Newberry, if not the best guy with runners in scoring position this season. Been swinging the bat well. Already has a hit today. Harris struggled yesterday, so this is a situation here for Brown not make a mistake to Orr. See if you can get him to chase one here, get himself out.
And a look back at the runner at second base. Well, these two teams didn't play this year. And because of that, even though there are a lot of guys that are still around from the last time that they played, it's really been 2 years for some of these programs because of the way that COVID hit last year and the schedule this year. 1-2 misses down and away. 2-2 that by not playing this season, it's been a little while since you've seen, and with college, it's not like in the pros where you know that a guy is 94, 95, that's what he's going to be every single time you see him. Things can change a lot over a 2-year period.
That's a great point. A lot of turnover, and then guys are going from 18 years old to 20 years old. They're not the same guy that you saw 2 years ago if you did see them, so you can use the scouting report you have on him, but a lot of times you got to throw it away because he's just developed.
Foul ball back. And certainly there is improved video capabilities that you didn't necessarily have as recent as maybe 5 or 10 years ago, but it's still super challenging to get a lot from the video that is provided from around the rest of the league.
Helps if you play in a minor league ballpark that has a track man. You can get some pretty good information.
And the runner looked back at second base. I am surprised that more college teams aren't trying to adopt something like that, because it would feel like that would be something that would be very beneficial across the board, or at least have leagues start to mandate that for improved scouting purposes. The 2-2. Little flare to left. That's sinking in a hurry. Lansdowne's going to touch third, and he's going to race home. The throw is not cut off, and it's way late. Orr produces with 2 outs. Newberry takes a 2-0 lead.
That's how they do it. They get a 1-out bloop single from the 9-hole. They do a hit and run to stay out of the double play. You got a runner at second, 2 outs for your guy who's been your guy all year with runners in scoring position. He waits back on a curveball and just slaps it the other way. And that's just a great piece of hitting by Luke Orr. Very mature.
Well, it feels like half of Catawba's roster is down near the bullpen. Nobody throwing right now, but there is some stretching getting done. And here comes Jack Harris, who has 4 of the team's 7 home runs this year. He flew out to right his first time up, and Newberry looking to snap Catawba's 13-game winning streak. Has scored the first 2 of the ball game.
To your point about the track man and putting those in ballparks, a lot of the bigger D1s and even a lot of the bigger JUCOs, what's happened is a lot of pro teams have actually installed them in those parks because they want the information on their guys. They can get stuff like exit velo and distance of hitters, and then also obviously spin rate, velocity from pitchers. So if you're a good program like a Vanderbilt or like a lot of those JUCOs in Florida or even a Walters State, you can get those pro teams to come in, and it benefits them to have that track man in the park.
I just think that it'd be beneficial just to have it everywhere, because you'd be able to get a lot of information on a lot of guys. As this pitch is a swing and a high fly ball to right. Should end the inning. Poteet camped out underneath it. He squeezes it, and that ends the inning. But once again, Newberry's able to strike. The RBI single from Orr has the Newberry Wolves off to an early start, a 2-0 lead on the top-seeded Catawba College, Catawba Indians, here on the SAC Digital Network.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip-hop group tag team to help you plan dessert?
French vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop that is, scoop shakalaka, 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 shaka, scoop shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Newberry has won 11 of its last 14 ball games. And the Wolves have a 2-0 lead in the fourth inning against top-seeded Catawba, as Sorsha has allowed just one hit so far. And the right-hander tosses to Wilkinson and misses inside for ball one. Wilkinson is grounded to second, his only time up. And a great start so far for Sorsha. And his 43rd pitch of the day is on the outside corner for a strike. It's 1-1. Sorsha making these hitters very uncomfortable early. And a great start to his outing. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch, way up and in. 3-1. Well, Sorsha has had some issues with walks of late. He's walked multiple batters in every single outing with the exception of one, and that was the game where he had to leave with an injury. 3-1 is a strike.
Taken all the way. 3-1 was Wilkinson. Trying to get his timing down for the 3-2 pitch, which will probably be same exact spot.
Just missed outside for ball four. And for the first time today, a leadoff base runner, and that is now 3 of the last 5 that have reached against the right-hander.
It's good discipline by Wilkinson. A lot of the times the guy you got in the 3-hole, he's taking a hack on that 3-1 pitch, and maybe he's putting it in the gap, maybe he's hitting it right at somebody, but Wilkinson taking the 3-1, getting it to 3-2, making Sorsha throw another strike. Turned out to be beneficial at this point.
So here's Jeremy Simpson, who hit a rocket to left his first time up, but it was caught. 2-0 Newberry, and the first pitch to Simpson's a foul ball, third base side. Well, Catawba's offense is just one of the most well-rounded that there is in the country. Team with a .434 on-base percentage. Not as big of a power-hitting team as they have been in years past. The 0-1. And a high pop-up. Back to the left of the plate, third base side. It's the third baseman calling off Clements. Bauer making the catch and retiring Simpson.
Good job by Bauer there. That's going to be a tough play for the catcher. Good job by Bauer making the call early, getting Clements out of the way, securing that ball that's coming back towards the infield.
So with 1 out and 1 on, it's Lee Poteet's turn. The final in a string of 4 straight all-conference selections to stand in. He flew out to right field, his only time up. And a runner at first base, Wilkinson. And a pitch in the dirt. Wilkinson scored from first base yesterday on a double. Not a stolen base threat, but yesterday showed that he does have the ability to zoom around the bags.
It was a double, but Simpson was at second while he was rounding third and only stayed at second because I don't think he was sure if he was going home or not. Simpson ended up scoring on the air.
Pitch downstairs. 2-0 to Poteet. One thing that Catawba will not do is lay down any sacrifice bunts. Only 7 all year. The 2-0. Downstairs. 3 balls and no strikes. Right-hand pitcher once again coming set. The 3-0. And there's a strike. The 3-1. Misses downstairs and away. That's ball 4.
Sorsha not happy about it, but I do think that one missed just off. 3-0 pitch painted the black. We'll see the 3-1 here. Looked like it's just off. We don't have the box that ESPN provides, but looked like it was a good call by home plate umpire Frank Barlow.
When we get B-Rob's breakdowns sponsored, we'll get a box.
Yeah, we got a long way to go. Can't even get cookies up here for dinner.
You wanted to send somebody out for 50 of them from Subway.
I heard Richard was going to make his way to Subway and get some cookies in the 5th inning.
Zach Miller flies a ball to shallow left field. Butler coming on. He makes the catch, and that's a big out to bring Joe Butts to the plate with 2 outs and 2 men on.
Huge out for Sorsha after he showed a little bit of emotion and frustration not getting the 3-1 strike call. Clement did a good job behind the plate, calming his pitcher down and getting him in the zone. Made a really good pitch on the inside part of the plate to Miller.
After that lengthy, long at-bat to Mills, and now his pitch count had started to add up, he could certainly use a lot of these fast outs. 2 outs, and Butts at the plate. A ground out to short is only time up. And a good fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. One strike and nothing to count. Sorsha pitches. That misses down and away. 1-1.
Feels like a big momentum situation here for both sides. If Catawba can break through and get their first run, or if Sorsha can strand runners on again with a 2-0 lead, feels like it'd be a big momentum boost for Newberry.
The right-hander readies the 1-1. And a foul ball back. Yeah, it certainly feels like a big moment because it just feels like Catawba at some point is going to put something together offensively, but Sorsha trying to make sure that doesn't happen now, with Newberry scoring a run in each of the last 2 innings to take a 2-0 edge.
Wilkinson on second here. Lansdowne can get out of there a little bit. He's not going to try to take the bag at third. Butts likes to go backside with 2 strikes, use the right side of the field, so it'll be key for Lansdowne to get out and be able to patrol that side of the infield.
Sorsha coming set once more. Now pitches. And a slider drifts off the plate away. Even in the count of 2-2.
Great take by Butts. Slider looked like a strike for most of the way. Just broke into the right-hander's or the left-hander's box. Good take by Butts.
Of the 3 postseason meetings that these teams had back in 2019, Sorsha didn't pitch in any of them. Getting his chance tonight. The 2-2. Foul ball from Butts.
sure he helped them get one of the wins before they played Catawba then.
Newberry hosted a regional that season and lost to Young Harris and then Catawba, and Catawba was able to storm through the region and get to the College World Series yet again. 2 men on, 2 outs. Sorsha pitches. Butts takes off the plate on a slider, and the count runs full. Now the runners will get a head start.
That changes things because Wilkinson, not typically an automatic score on a base hit to the outfield, but now with the head start, should be able to score on a base hit here.
2-0 Newberry lead. Catawba trying to change that. The outfield shifted way around to the right side. And here's the payoff pitch. And a fly ball hit out to center field. Terrence started in. Now drifts left. He makes the catch. Sorsha gets out of the inning. And Catawba strands 2. Good start so far for Sorsha. 4 shutout innings, and Newberry leads it 2-0 here on the SAC Digital Network.
Bender, take one.
Tonight's matchup, me versus an ugly fender bender. If I can eke out a win, it's going to be a miracle, baby.
Mr. Vitale, it wouldn't be a miracle because Geico gives you a team of experts to help manage your claim.
It's going to be a nail biter.
No, the Geico team is there for you 24/7.
Geico is awesome, baby. Too much?
I think we got it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
Newberry has scored in each of the last 2 innings. And the number 3 seed looking to sting the upset of 7th-ranked and top-seeded Catawba, leading it 2-0. Bottom of the 4th inning. Heart of the lineup due up. Aiden Bauer will start us off, and the first pitch to the left-hand swinger is on the inside corner for strike 1.
Got a lefty up in the pen for Newberry.
Starting to get a lot of action down there.
You'd think with the way Sorsha's going and the guy that he's been in his career, he's got to be letting the coaches know he might not have too many pitches left. Normally, if he's through 4 shutout against Catawba, I would think that it'd be his game to keep going until he got into some trouble.
Just 1 hit allowed so far, but he has walked 3. As Bauer takes a strike, it's 1-2. Bauer out of Philadelphia. The junior, who was a key cog to the regular season championship team that spent 8 weeks in the top 10 in 2019. And a foul ball. And look at out for that bat. It ends up in the Catawba dugout. And it's 1-2. You don't see that very often.
Now, luckily, the whole bullpen and maybe some position guys are down the line in the bullpen, too, so it wasn't a lot of targets in the dugout there to hit. Never a good thing with the bat flying at you. If Matt Parkinson was in the dugout, he'd be trying to catch it.
Do you ever have a bat fly at you when you were at third base?
You know, in the summer, I had a broken bat where you couldn't. I thought it was coming at me, but it was about 30 yards away.
Ground ball out to short. Simpson, the all-defensive team pick, throws him out. There's one out.
But it's hard to tell when it breaks and you think you got a sharp piece of wood flying at you. You just kind of freak out. But it wasn't anywhere close to me. So, no, I never really had that situation.
Yeah, it's impressive. Those big leaguers and professional players, a bat gets broken and they make it look like it's no problem. They just handle the baseball and make an easy play. Colin Allman now in. He walked and scored back in the second inning. And with Newberry on top 2-0, the rain has started to fall a little bit here at the ballpark. Hasn't been very windy today, despite the fact that it's rained a lot of the day. The 0-1. Check swing doesn't hold up. 0-2. This is the coldest weekend we've had in the conference tournament in the last 5 years since it's been held here at Smoky Stadium. Brown set the 0-2. And a foul ball back into the right.
Yeah, conference tournament's usually a short sleeve. Let the arms out, get some sun going into the summer. But this year, a lot of hoodies, long sleeve shirts from the coaching staffs and players.
So you're saying that these guys, before their version of Hot Girl Summer, will need to hit the tanning beds.
Exactly.
0-2 is a swing and a miss. A punch out for Brown, his third.
Maybe it's a good thing, though, because usually you get the arms tan, but you got the baseball sleeve tan going. It's not a good look, so now for guys like Henry Jackson going in the summer, they're just a little bit more equaled out on the arms rather than having tan arms and the bicep area very pale.
Nick Butler coming up. He's singled his only time. 2-0 Newberry here in the fourth. And a fastball off the plate away. That's why you need to follow the standards set by a great organization in Cincinnati, the Reds, and go with the cutoff sleeves. Their little throwbacks they wore last year.
I remember that. And Derek Dietrich, I think he oiled his whole arms for that game.
So you're telling me that if you had arms like him, you would not do that?
I just don't think he has to. He's a big leaguer. He's jacked, and it's like he still has to show off and prove something to people. I think he was doing push-ups in the dugout.
I think they brought out the curling iron.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was a barbell. Yeah, I'm with you. I probably would.
Strike one, 2-1.
Give a shout out to Nick Castellanos. Got his 1,000th hit.
I thought you were about to say he was listening.
You know, we'll see if we can get him on, but it was a home run the other day.
Line drive, right center. Butler hustling over to it. He's going to cut it off, and Butler has a multi-hit game, his second knock of the day with 2 outs here in the fourth.
Great piece of hitting by Butler. He's got 22 bags on the year, so with 2 outs, he's definitely going to be looking to run on Brown like Newberry has been doing every chance they've had tonight. Yeah, Nick's probably not listening.
They did lose their 6th straight game, so I guess they do have potentially some other things to try to iron out. They're now 9-11. I think the Pirates might have a better record right now than they do.
Yeah, that's saying a lot.
Ian Clements at the plate, a fly out to right field. His only time up, a good block by Miller. What's it like playing in this type of rain?
As an infielder, you're playing on a pretty good field, so not too bad. I can't really speak from a pitcher's perspective. I know you get to switch the ball out, but it can't be great. I'd say more as a hitter, it's uncomfortable when the rain comes down, but not coming down too hard right now. If it picks up a little bit, not a very comfortable at bat. You're trying to pick out a baseball coming at you, and you've got raindrops. You're trying to hold on to your bat. So we already saw Bauer lose his bat before the rain even started. Clements doesn't wear batting gloves either. So that's where it becomes a little difficult.
Ground ball to first, wide. It's Shepard. He nearly slipped, but recovers. Underhands it to the pitcher covering the bag. And that ends the inning. A hit, a man left. It's 2-0 Newberry after 4 here in the SAC Baseball Championships.
excellence, integrity, care, curiosity. These are the values that define who we are. A community of thinkers, competitors, and achievers passionately pursuing the path of a purpose-driven life. Because at Lenoir-Rhyne University, we are called to greatness. We are LR.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
The tarp is going out on the field right now here at Smoky Stadium. So we will update you on what the situation is here in Kodak. We saw the rain coming out, and they're going to unravel the tarp and put it out right now, put it on the bullpen mounds as well, and we'll get an update for you here as soon as we can. But for right now, we have entered a delay at 8:37 p.m. here at Smoky Stadium. A delay. 7th-ranked Catawba and Newberry through 4 innings here on the SAC Digital Network. We'll talk to you in a few moments as we break things down. It's 2-0. Newberry on top. We'll be back with you shortly. Welcome back to Smoky Stadium as we get ready to kickstart the 5th inning here. It'll be roughly a 70-minute rain delay that we will go through by the time that the first pitch on the restart is thrown. And Tomas Sorsha is back out there. 4 solid innings so far, 65 pitches so far for Sorsha. And he'll get 8, 9, and 1 in the Catawba lineup. 2-0 Newberry on top. 3 Steed trying to stick around in the SAC Baseball Championships. And after the restart, it misses downstairs for ball 1. So log it at exactly 70 minutes. 8:35 to 9:45 our break. With the rain, it's cleared out. A little hazy out in the outfield, but we're back to action. The 1-0 stays high, 2-0. Very interesting choice to bring Sorsha back, but with Josh Bookbinder out for the season, he's an all-conference caliber pitcher. You leave your best guy out there. Sorsha in an elimination contest for Newberry. The 2-0. Butler squared to bunt, cost him a strike. Butler's the only man to get a hit against this Newberry pitcher so far. He singled and stole a base back in the 3rd. And that's been it. Ready on left-hand batter, and here comes the 2-1. Stays up in the zone. It is 3 balls and a strike. Well, Brandon Roberts is left. Guess he's got more important things to do than hang out on the broadcast. So Michael Watrang bringing you the rest of the way. The 3-1. Hits the inside corner for a strike, and the count runs full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 runs on 5 base hits and 2 left on base for the Wolves. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 4 left aboard for the Catawba College Catawba Indians. Catawba was the number 3 seed back in 2019 when it won the conference tournament championship. They beat Newberry twice to win it. Newberry trying to flip the script here in 2021. A payoff pitch here in the 5th. On the way, and Butler hits it right back up the box. It skips over the second base bag and into center field for a base hit. Butler has his second poke of the day. Let's see if anybody on his team can continue that trend. Cameron Mills, who's 0 for 1, but he had a really impressive at-bat. His first time up as you take a look at the bouncing ball back into center. Mills had an 11-pitch at-bat that ended with a ground out, but that amped up the pitch count of Sorsha that sits at 68 right now. There is action in the Newberry bullpen as Sorsha is run into a bit of a speed bump. See how the right-hander responds with Mills. Well, they didn't take the tarp off until about 9:25, 9:20 was when they started to do that. That's when the teams returned to the field to start to get loose again. And with the count at 1 ball and no strikes, Sorsha will check on Butler. Butler is a good stolen base threat, now 9 on the season. And a Catawba team that during a 13-game winning streak has scored double-digit runs on 9 occasions, is scoreless here in the 5th. The 1-0 misses in the dirt, down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Sorsha kind of shaking his head, wondering what's going on with the balls and strikes situation. And out of the dugout comes Russell Triplett. Sorsha's walking around like he's done. That'd be a tough break for him if he was. He's still talking to some of his teammates saying, hey, I'd like to have some of those calls, just not getting it. And now Triplett's out there to have a word. Sorsha hadn't been on the mound in a couple weeks, and they do go to the bullpen. So we're going to get a pitching change here in the 5th, and we'll step out for a break. and tell you about the new pitcher. Great work from Sorsha tonight, but it comes to an end in the 5th after the rain delay. We'll tell you about the new pitcher when we come back here on the SAC Digital Network.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth...
It was Mr. Hines who made me want to become a teacher.
One giant leap!
And that's why we don't try this at home. Any questions?
He inspired me. But it was LMU that helped me turn that dream into a reality.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent.
Tomas Sorsha is done, and now it's Matthew Campbell's turn. This is his 3rd relief appearance of the year, 10th overall on the season. He's 5-2 with a 4.91 ERA on the year. And he's on in relief. Typically a starting pitcher. Last outing came 6 days ago, went 4 2/3 against Lenore-Rhine in that series. He's consistently gone deep into games in his tenure. And now he's on, inherits a 2-ball and no strike count, and a runner at first base with nobody out here in the 5th. Lefty on right-hand batter, and Campbell to go to work on Mills. The 2-0. It's the inside corner for a strike. 2-1. Campbell knee buckling against left-handed hitters. Right-handed hitters have had the majority of the success against the 6'2", 160-pound senior lefty. The left-hander readies the 2-1. And another fastball clips the inside corner to even it at 2-2. He hasn't pitched a ton in his career. Entering this season, he had made a grand total of 10 appearances. So he's matched that now in this his COVID senior year. The 2-2. Fly ball for Mills. Foul down the right field line. Out of play. Well, this is exactly what happened the last time Mills was up there. He started sawing pitches off all over the ballpark. One would assume that Greg Brown is done, as Trent Montgomery has been throwing in the Catawba bullpen. Counts at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runner at first base. A pause and a pitch, and a swing and a miss. Late on it was Mills, and there's strike 3 and the first out here, the 5th. A pretty good pitch, and Mills, I don't think, was expecting the fastball and nearly buckled on it. And with 1 out and 1 on, the leadoff man, Luke Spiva, steps back in. A strikeout and a walk in his 2 journeys into the box. And now a left-on-left situation, and this is where Campbell has been absolutely dynamic. Opponent's hitting .208 against him as a left-hand hitter. He misses upstairs with a fastball. Well, it's a pretty good situation for Campbell because he goes against the right-hand hitter in Mills, but then gets 3 consecutive lefties at the top of this lineup, so the platoon stats would seem to favor Campbell. The senior will pick to first and run back Butler. He does have to deal with the conference's player of the year, Hunter Shepard, who's in the on-deck circle and hasn't really got going. Just 2 of 7 so far in this tournament. Once again, he's ready with a 1-0. Here it is. And a bouncer first base side. It drifts foul. Well, these are the 2 best defensive teams in the conference. Just elite defensively between the 2 clubs. So you would expect a fairly clean game, and that's what we've had so far. Played a pretty solid first 4 innings of baseball before the rain delay hit. One ball and 1 strike. A check at first, the pitch. Misses inside, it's 2-1. And it's kind of amazing because Newberry was the second best defensive team in the conference. Rated in the top 40 in the country, but they didn't have an all-defensive team pick. Catawba really controlled that. 6 different players earned spots there as a fastball hits the inside corner for a strike to even it up at 2-2. Well, the one thing that Catawba has done a fairly good job of late is work deep into counts, force both Sorsha and Campbell to work hard. The 2-2. Tapper off the plate and another ball spoiled. Newberry's pitching staff this year, pretty much middle of the road in a lot of the statistical categories. They did give up a pretty good chunk of hits, nearly 10, but made up for it by being one of the best and most stingiest teams when it comes to free passes, less than 4 per 9 innings. Here's the 2-2. Runners on the move. Spiver rolls over one, first base side, and another lengthy at bat here. Well, it's been a busy weekend, and we continue to get busier. If you're just joining us, rain in the area throughout the day, delayed contests 4 hours. And that's why we're still here at 10 o'clock at night and playing just our second game of the day. Tusculum won the earlier battle against Coker 7-3, eliminating the Cobras. And a pick to first, Butler back again. What we know is we'll play 3 tomorrow. I think the rain is getting out of the forecast by the time that we wake up tomorrow morning. Counts at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner leads off of first. Here's the pitch. And a bouncing ball in the hole right side. Hard play for the second baseman. Lands down. It gets past him and in and right. Cutting the corner and heading to third base, Butler. And Catawba has him at the corners for the conference's player of the year. Perfect piece of hitting. Not the hardest hit ball, but sometimes it's better to have a ball that has eyes than to hit it hard. And Spiva picked out a prime spot in between the right side of the infield. And now let's see if Hunter Shepard can do some damage. He had multi-hit games in the postseason against Newberry a couple of years ago, both in the NCAA tournament and in the conference tournament championship game. Newberry leads 2-0 here in the 5th. And a prime chance here for Catawba. Lefty on lefty matchup, the pitch. And Shepard spoils the first one with a foul ball to the left. Well, bad memories for Newberry. Good memories for Catawba with this score at this point in the game. Back in the 2019 title game, Newberry led it 2-0 after an inning. Catawba scored 3 in the 6th, and that proved to be the difference. 1 strike and nothing with the runners at the corners. The pitch. Time was called. Shepard requested and received from Frank Barlow. Outfield pretty much straight away. Light bulbs lit here at the ballpark. And a one-strike pitch now from Campbell. Shepard swings and misses. Pitch up and in. Counts at no balls and 2 strikes. Well, it's been such an impressive year for Hunter Shepard. And after the year that he was having last year, rightfully getting the conference's player of the year, he was shredding the baseball a year ago. One of the best players in the history of Catawba. Two strikes and nothing. Campbell finds a sign, comes set to the belt. The pitch. Upstairs, Shepard locked and loaded, but laid off. Shepard 2 hits yesterday, and Coker in the 12-0 win over Coker. Snapped a 0 for 8 string at the plate. Campbell once again pauses. Now pitches, and Shepard strikes out swinging. A fastball tailing off the plate, and Shepard can't handle it. 2 strikeouts now for Campbell. Big-time stuff from the southpaw. And Shepard back to the dugout. Tried to defend the plate with 2 strikes, couldn't get to it. And now here's Dylan Wilkinson. Needless to say, a big batter. Campbell looking to preserve a 2-0 advantage in the 5th. 2 men on at the corners. 2 outs. Top of the 5th inning. The 6'2 lefty pitches. And the big burly left-hand hitter watches a fastball hit the outside corner for strike 1. I'll tell you what, Campbell's bringing it up there now. He's got some good stuff out there on the rubber. High velocity. He pitches, and he hits the inside corner for a strike. He's ahead at 0-2. Well, he will get hit. He's given up at least 5 hits in each of his last 6 outings. But right now, he is dialed in out of the bullpen. An 0-2 on the way, and it just missed down and away. Pretty good pitch from Campbell. He liked the positioning of it. Didn't get a call, however. Newberry, despite losing 2 in a row, has won 11 of its last 14. Catawba has the 4th longest winning streak in the country. And a 1-2 pitch coming. And it's high and tight. Spiva started towards second, then slammed on the brakes. He only has 1 stolen base this year. And with the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. Wilkinson, who handles the stick really well. He's 0 for 1 with a walk today. Trying to produce here with 2 outs. Campbell again set and the break even. Swinging a rocket down the right field line, hooking into the corner and foul. Wilkinson crushed it, but was out in front of it. You know, he kind of reminds me of Heath Mitchum, former all-conference left-handed hitter for Catawba. He started as a reliever back in the day and has since moved into the leadoff spot as the pitch to Wilkinson is a little flare down the third base line. The outfield's playing super deep, but it goes foul near the bullpen. The Newberry defensive alignment is almost like it's the 9th inning. All of their outfielders are almost right near the warning track. So a flare like that is super dangerous if you're watching with us. You can see where they're at. Look at where the center fielder Terrence is. He's almost 400 feet away in straightaway center. Another break-even pitch. Campbell delivers. And a bouncing ball hit out to second. Backpedaling, lands down. Plenty of time as he throws it to first. And a big-time effort from Campbell, and he's excited as he runs off the field. Campbell comes in, saves the day, and strands 2. Midway through this one, it's Newberry on top. 2-0 on Catawba.
I pledge.
I pledge.
I pledge. I pledge.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
Newberry has a 2-0 lead, and after getting a run across in the second, it was Luke Orr. Back in the third inning, you can see the sun's still out. Back when the last time they scored, a little flare to left, and hustling around to score was Dalton Lansdowne. Able to come across the plate and get home in time, and that's the last time we saw a run score. That was in the bottom of the third inning. And Catawba has gone to the bullpen after the nearly 70-minute rain delay. Trent Montgomery is the new pitcher for Catawba. Montgomery, 6'1", 170, a sophomore from Akron, Ohio. Montgomery making his 13th appearance of the year. All out of the bullpen, and he promptly plunks the first batter that he faces. Zane Terrence to lead off this inning, and this is exactly what Newberry wants to have happen. Montgomery has scuffled for much of this season, giving up 13 earned runs in 15 2/3 innings, but his accuracy was his calling card. He had walked just 2 in his 15 1/3. And now the leadoff man aboard, here's Dalton Lansdowne. So the hit by pitch promptly puts a base runner on, and Terrence is a flawless 10 for 10 in stolen base tries. Brown 4 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, walks a batter and strikes out 3. The righty pitches, a bunt shown, and it's taken for a strike. Brown only threw 56 pitches, 38 for strikes, and that's where this rain delay really affects Catawba, because even though Brown had given up the couple runs, he was really in good shape in terms of his pitch count. And Catawba once again has action down in the bullpen, as they typically do once they get into it. Another square to bunt here from Lansdowne, and the 0-1, runner's on the move, and it's a fly ball to center. Butler started in, now he drifts back a little bit. And he's there to pull it out of the sky and force Terrence to retreat back to first base. And with 1 out and 1 on, the lineup flips back over for Zachary Bales. Bales a strikeout and a ground out in his 2 trips. 0 for 2. Catawba getting out hit 5-3, despite the fact that over the last 13 games, Catawba has allowed a total of 21 runs. Less than 2 runs per game. The third baseman, Mills, is already in at the cutout of the grass, thinking a bunt might be on here with Bales at the plate. With 1 out and a 2-0 lead, a throw to first for Montgomery and a slap tag. I don't even know if Shepard was ready for that one. Either he wasn't ready or he was lunging out a little bit to try to make sure that he would save that ball. Yeah, it was just a little offline. He was able to slap the tag on the right hip of Terrence. Right-hander will throw to first base again. This time it's a better throw, and Shepard doesn't have to lunge at all. Well, Newberry has applied the pressure. 5 hits already. It's been 20 games since the Catawba gave up double-digit hits as Montgomery misses up and in with a fastball, 1-0. But Newberry's right in line with that opportunity to put an end to that. And a team that is always difficult to face. Another throw to first, and once again back safely, Terrence. Sawyer Strickland has started to throw for Catawba. The 1-0 pitch. Bunt shown, and a fastball misses up. It's 2-0. This happens so frequently that a man's trying to get down a bunt, and the pitcher can't throw strikes. This is the fourth night game of the year for Catawba. They haven't lost this season. They haven't even played a whole lot of tight games either. 23 of their 38 have been decided by 5 or more. The 2-0. Fastball misses outside, 3-0. It is a Catawba team that has been shut out twice this year. Once was at Wingate on April 6th, and then they were no hit by Andrew Patrick and LR back on February 21st. 3 balls and no strikes, a pitch. A little up in the zone, but he gets one right across the belt for a strike. Running the count now to 3 balls and 1 strike. Signs being shifted through by Russell Triplett in the dugout to his batter and his first base runner. Terrence leads away from first and draws another throw. We'd certainly expect it. Trying to keep the runner close. Miller has thrown out a runner, but he's also allowed a stolen base. Newberry has a steal in 12 of his last 14, racking up 41 total in that time. The 3-1. Misses downstairs, ball 4. And that puts runners at first and second base with just 1 out. Zach Miller has only thrown out 21% of would-be base stealers, so you wonder if there's any consideration here with 1 out to start the runner. Luke Orr's had a great day. 2 hits and an RBI. We showed you his RBI single his last time. And out of the dugout comes Jim Gant. This might be the end of the line for Montgomery, with Strickland getting hot down in the bullpen. And now the official call made. We'll step out for a break and tell you about Sawyer Strickland. Newberry threatening again, ahead 2-0 in the 5th.
Broken windshield, take 1.
Hey guys, my windshield just got broken. I feel like I need to blow off some steam. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Blanks, there's no need to be stressed. Geico makes it easy to file a claim online, on the app, or over the phone.
Yeah, but what if I never hear back? That's gonna make me want to go, Jack.
No, your Geico claims team is always there for you.
That makes me want to celebrate with some fireworks. 5, 6, 7, go. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah!
Geico. Great service without all the drama.
I just did not have a lot of stability.
I was facing foreclosure, not working at all, didn't have any money.
I could not go to school and work, so I found Marcel.
The experience here has been so wonderful.
It's been amazing.
I was able to have the full-time hours without the full-time load.
They are just incredibly supportive.
And Marcel's very affordable.
Mars Hill University Adult and Graduate Studies. Education that moves mountains.
I will be the first in my family to graduate with my bachelor's degree.
New pitcher for Catawba is a right-hander. 6'3", 185, a grad student from Salisbury, homeschooled in high school. Sawyer Strickland. Excuse me. Strickland making his 14th appearance of the year. A 6.10 earned run average, and he's the man that Coach Jim Gant turns to. You're in the 5th inning with all sorts of issues happening right now. Newberry playing its game. A hit batter and a walk in this inning. Montgomery faces just 3 batters. And now he has to deal with Luke Orr, who is 2 for 2 with an RBI single his last time up. Newberry 2, Catawba 0. Bottom of the 5th inning and 1 out. Strickland coming sent out there on the mound. And he looks to pick off the runner. They had him leaning, but the throw was late and offline. And Terrence is able to get back safely. Wow. That was a close play and an opportunity to get the runner. Take a look at the replay. He was 2 steps over towards third, and the throw was just late. Righty now against left-hand batter, awaiting the first pitch, and yet again looking back the runner at second. Strickland last pitched 5 days ago. That was in a 5-4 win against Belmont Abbey. Did give up a run, but struck out 3 over an inning and 2/3. Strickland peers down the barrel for the sign. Has something and now pitches. And he hits the inside corner for a strike. Well, Strickland's been a little bit hit and miss this year. When he's given up runs, they've seemingly come in bunches 5 times with multiple runs allowed. Otherwise, been pretty solid. It's just been a little inconsistency. So let's see which Strickland we're able to get here tonight. One strike and nothing. The pitch misses downstairs. 1-1. Well, it's been such a long day for these two clubs. They were originally supposed to play at 2:45. That game got pushed back to 3:45, then 4:45, and then a couple hours after that back to 6:45, and didn't get underway until 7:20. They've been at the park as we're a quarter after 10 here in the Eastern time zone for roughly about 8 hours or so. The 1-1. Tapper off the plate backwards foul. 1-2. And you calculate it in just sitting at the ballpark. You sit around a hotel. You sit at the ballpark. You come in. You play 4 solid innings. Then you have to sit around for over an hour. It's been a tough day for both of these teams. And if Catawba wins, they stay in the winner's bracket. And Newberry sees its season end. And if the flip-flop occurs, and we have 5 teams left entering Sunday. The 1-2. Bouncing ball back to the mound. Strickland will pick it up. He throws it down to second base for the out there. They throw back behind the runner at third, thinking that's their best opportunity for 2. And that's all that they get. So it's a fielder's choice. Advance the runner, Terrence, over to third. And the put out at second base is Strickland was able to get one of the lead runners on a tapper back to the mound. Works 1-6. Simpson decided to throw over to third base, knowing he had no chance to get Orr. So now 2 outs in a similar situation to what we just had. Catawba had him at the corners and 2 outs, couldn't score. Jack Harris at the dish. He's flown to right twice. 2-0 Catawba. Trailing here in the 5th as Strickland misses downstairs for ball 1. Well, so far in this game, Catawba's over 6 with runners in scoring position. That was the first time that Newberry failed to get a hit in their 3 tries tonight with a man at second or third base. And Harris, who's their top run producer and an all-league pick at the plate. The 1-0. Slider dips off the zone, down and away for ball 2. Some of the Catawba fans disagreed with the call. Two balls and no strikes. Strickland needs one here at the pitch. Similar location on the slider, just not getting the call, and it's 3-0. That's a pretty good pitch. Harris doing a great job of laying off, but because the last one wasn't a strike, he knew that he didn't need to offer at that one. Three balls, no strikes, the pitch. Hits the inside corner at the knees for a strike. It's 3-1. Strickland on in relief of Trent Montgomery, who's the man responsible for the runners at first and third base. Alrighty, getting loose down in the Catawba bullpen. 3-1 the count. Strickland pitches, and he misses down and away. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded here in the 5th. A hit batter and 2 walks. And Aiden Bauer coming to the plate. 2 ground downs. 1 to each middle infielder so far. He's 0 for 2, and with the bases loaded, an opportunity. Bauer is flawless when he's stepped to the plate with the bases juice this year. Batting 1,000. 2-0 Newberry in the 5th. The pitch misses down and in, and it's 1 ball and no strikes, and Strickland struggling to find the zone. And now you would think that action would turn up maybe an extra notch down in the Catawba bullpen as they try to get another right-hander ready to go. Strickland's ready, the 1-0. Misses again, pulls it down and in. It's 2 balls and no strikes. This is very uncharacteristic of Catawba. As Caleb Link has started to throw. Catawba walks less than 3 batters per 9 innings this year. That's the 10th best rate in the country. They've walked 2 in this inning. And there's a lot of games where they don't do that for an entire contest. Here's the 2-0. That nearly clipped the jersey, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. And Newberry with a great opportunity in the driver's seat. No team has scored more than 4 runs against Catawba since Wingate did it back on April 6th. 13 straight wins for Catawba. And Newberry looking to extend a 2-0 lead. The 3-0. Gets a strike. Bottom of the zone. At the knees. 3-1. Well, if you're Newberry and Aiden Bauer right now, you almost feel like you have to take another one. Make Strickland show that he can throw consistent strikes. The 3-1. Missed again. Down and in. Ball 4. A bases loaded walk. Newberry leads 3-0. And here's Russ Weicker, the pitching coach, to the mound, and that pitch just missed down and in. Weicker, a former elite level pitcher for Catawba. Back to the mound. This has been a very, very ominous 5th inning for a Catawba team that, from a pitching perspective, in the last 13 games has given up either 1 or 0 runs 7 times. 1.6 runs per game, and now they've gotten a lefty up and throwing. Kenny Dollinger, the man tossing down in the bullpen as Colin Allman is stepping to the plate. A walk and a strikeout. 0 for 1, but he stole a base and scored a run back in the second. Of the 3 walks this inning, none have come when there have been a full count. It's all been 3-1, so struggling to find the zone as Strickland pitches, and a slider dips away for ball 1. I'm not saying that Strickland is getting squeezed, but it certainly feels like his pitching is where he wants to put it. But Newberry is just so patient that they're not even offering it any of these. And by not getting the call, it shrinks the zone here for Strickland. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. Slider, that one was well off the plate. It's 2 balls and no strikes. And now Catawba really reeling right now. Very uncharacteristic of a team that has won 19 of its last 20. And trailing this game 3-0. The pitch. On the outside corner this time around with a fastball. Evening it up at 1-1. So Terrence scored on that last one. Orr's now at third. Harris is at second. And Bauer gets a really easy RBI. 2 balls and a strike. Strickland pitches, and he misses downstairs. It's 3 balls and a strike. Strickland has come out of the bullpen and thrown just 6 of his 17 pitches in the zone. He's walked back-to-back batters after inducing a weak ground ball from Orr. Bases loaded in a 3-run ball game. The pitch misses inside. It's ball 4. And Newberry leads it 4-0. Still no movement from the Catawba dugout. Well, this is entirely on Sawyer Strickland now. He's walked 3 straight with 2 outs. And now the right-hander will go to work. He pitches, and he bounces a ball in the dirt. Ball 1. It's interesting. During this winning streak for Catawba, they did walk 10 against nationally ranked Mount Olive back on April 13th, but they only gave up 3 runs in that game and won it 5-3. So there have been some games where they have really struggled to throw strikes, and this is one of them. Strickland, who hadn't walked more than 2 in a game all year, pitches and hits the bottom of the zone with a fastball for a strike. It's 1-1. He had walked a grand total of 6 in 21 innings entering today. He's walked 3 in 4 batters. Can't even remember the last time a Newberry hitter swung the bat. Nick Butler, who has 2 hits, is at the plate. And he does swing the bat and roasts one past a diving shortstop. Simpson into left center field. 1 run is in. Here comes the second. It's a 2-run base hit from Butler. Newberry is struck for 4 in the 5th and leads it 6-0. That's the first hit of the inning. Hit batter, fly out. Walk, fielder's choice, 3 straight walks, and then the 2-run single from Butler. And Jim Gant back out of the dugout, and something you don't see very often. He's back to the mound yet again. And it just has been a very uncharacteristic game for Catawba so far, but credit Newberry. They're hanging in there on the mound, stranding 6 base runners for Catawba, and offensively they are putting the pressure on. And a new pitcher coming in for the Indians will step out. 6-0 Newberry on top of Catawba on the SAC Digital Network. The new pitcher for Catawba is a 5'8", 165-pound redshirt freshman left-hander from Rising Sun, Maryland. Kenny Dollinger, 8th appearance of the year. He's 1-0 with a 4.32 ERA. 8 1/3 innings so far on the season. And he is the 3rd Catawba pitcher of this inning. And I think that Catawba is pretty upset with the strikes. The balls and strikes right now being offered by Frank Barlow. He thought Jim Gant, who never gets hot, I think was complaining about the strike zone after he made that pitching change, and Strickland was in and around the area, just not getting anything that was anywhere close. Not any borderline calls, and now Frank Barlow and Trey Hinson are having a conversation about how to handle this situation. And they're still conversing. And I mean, it's 10:30 at night here, guys. Let's figure it out and move on. He wipes the home plate. And now Ian Clements will step in. He's the 9th man of the inning to come to the plate. Newberry has scored 4 times, needing just 1 hit. The big blow. A 2-run single from Butler. So now the left-hander, Dollinger, is on in relief. He pitches, and he throws it behind the back of Clements. The runner racing to the plate, and he will step on home easily. And it's a 5-run 5th and a 7-0 Newberry lead. Newberry is doing something that no team had done in 18 days. And that's put up 5 runs. And they've done it in an inning. Had given up 21 total runs in the 13-game winning streak. And it's Newberry ahead 7-0 as Dollinger pitches and misses up and away. It's 2-0. Well, this has been a big issue for Dollinger this year. He has walked 6 in his 8 1/3. And he's now behind a 2-0, and there's no arguing here. He has been way out of the zone. And the 7th-ranked team in the country on the ropes. 2-0 pitch. Right down the middle for a strike, 2-1. Runner now at second base is Butler, who has a 3-hit day in his back pocket. Outfield fairly shallow. Dollinger set. The 2-1. Bunt shown, and it's off the plate. 3-1. Well, Newberry doing what it does best, and that's just move station to station. They don't need big flies. Apply the pressure with men on base. And a 5-run fifth, the 3-1. Up in the zone, ball forward, another one. Fifth walk of the inning. And now the man who started this whole sequence, Zane Terrence, who was hit by a pitch, is coming to the plate. Now Jim Gann is out of the dugout yet again, and I think we might get another pitching change. And this has been a lengthy inning after the 8-minute rain delay. Indeed, it is the end of the line. So new pitcher will step out for another break. Newberry has scored 5 times in the 5th and leads it 7-0 here on the SAC Digital Network.
Every student comes to Wingate with a story. I know I did. Our students come from all walks of life.
They come to us as young people with hopes and dreams of their own. They're looking to Wingate to become the best version of themselves, and that's what we do.
The effect that Wingate has on me is compounded by the effect I have on the world after I leave Wingate.
Because making a difference is fundamental
to what we are as a university
and who we are as people.
Fourth pitcher of the inning for Catawba is Caleb Link. Link 5'11", 180, a senior from Salisbury, North Carolina, making his 9th appearance of the year. 2-2 with a 10.24 ERA. He does strike out a bunch of batters, 12 and 9 2/3 innings on the season. And what a development we've had here. Catawba, who has allowed less than 2 runs per game during a 13-game winning streak, has given up 5 in the 5th, given up just 1 hit. And Terrence at the plate with 2 on and 2 outs. The pitch is in there for strike 1. Four of the 5 runs have come with 2 outs. 2 bases loaded walks and a 2-run single from Butler. 2 men on and 2 outs, and the 0-1 pitch coming plateward. And it's in at the knees, and it's 0-2. 2 righties have started to throw in Catawba's bullpen. Well, Catawba will have the heart of the order coming up in the 6th. And if they're going to get back in this one, they need to get some offense in a hurry. They've left 2 men on base in each of the last 3 innings. And they look back, the runner at second. They had him picked off, and he is out. Link throws behind the runner at second, Butler. He was leaning towards third. And Butler is picked off. And they might want to take a look at this one, or at least they're asking Butler whether or not they should. And you do have time to take a glance, and they still haven't made the decision. And Butler's heading to the outfield. You have two challenges, and he's going to say no. So we're going to take a break. Campbell back to work. A 5-run fifth. Newberry leads at 7-0 going to the sixth.
Our decision as a conference last Thursday to cancel the spring season was not made lightly.
Newberry, after a 5-run fifth, leads at 7-0 as Jeremy Simpson will start us off. Catawba just 3 hits in the game, and the first pitch to Simpson is in at the knees for a strike. Matthew Campbell on in relief after Tomas Sorsha went 4+ innings, tried to come back out after the rain delay. And a great outing from Sorsha. Here's the lefty's pitch, and a little chopper hit out towards second, lands down, will scoop it near his left ankle and throw out Simpson, who's now 0 for 3. 1 up, 1 down, and here's Lee Poteet. 0 for 1 with a walk on the day. Let's see if Lee Poteet can get something rolling here. And the first pitch to him stays high and tight for ball 1. There are 6 all-conference hitters in this lineup today. And Catawba needs them all right now. The 1-0. Fastball inside corner for a strike. Well, Sorsha gave Newberry everything that he had. Can the bullpen hold up? The 1-1. Just missed below the knees. 2-1. The strike zone for both sides in this one has been super tight. And Catawba's 13-game winning streak on the line. The 2-1. This is downstairs. It's 3-1. Well, there's a couple righties throwing in Catawba's bullpen. Right now, it is all silent in Newberry's pen. And one would assume that Campbell would be the ideal man to get through the rest of this game for Newberry and keep Newberry alive. 3-1 pitch coming. And it's on the outside corner of the fastball for a strike. 3-2. I'll tell you this much. Clement's glove is perfect for a pitcher. Fastballs are popping that mitt and sounding really firm. Payoff pitch. Nearly hit Poteet. He draws the walk. Second one he's drawn today. And in a 7-0 game, Catawba looking to kickstart a rally. Zach Miller will stand in. He's 0 for 2. Pop out to the catcher and a fly out to left field. He's hit the ball in the air twice. When he flew out to left, he had 2 men on and 1 out. And just couldn't get the job done. As Catawba stranded him in the 4th. Campbell pitches. And he just drifts one off the plate away to the right-hand hitter for ball one. Poteet leads away from first. And here's the pitch. Up and away, 2-0. Well, here's the scenario as it stands. We know Carson-Newman and Wingate are playing tomorrow at 11 a.m. If Catawba wins, we'd stay at that top portion of the bracket, and it'd be Catawba versus the winner of that game, the 2-0. Misses downstairs, 3-0. If Newberry wins, then we have to flip things around and things get super interesting. With 5 teams remaining after the 8th game. Newberry would take on Tusculum tomorrow in the nightcap, the 3-2. Misses downstairs, ball 4, and Catawba has put 2 men on with 1 out thanks to walks. Okay. Trying to figure this stuff out on the fly isn't easy, and honestly, I had this stuff figured out an hour and a half ago, and I still can't rack my head around it. That's why you got guys like Christian Stryker, the wonderful communications director for the South Atlantic Conference, that is in charge of all that, and I just follow whatever he has to tell me. Campbell draws a visit here to the mound and a conversation with everybody out there. And for Catawba, you have 4 innings to work with, and this is true for any team in the postseason. On the Catawba side, you're thinking, here's our chance. Get 3 or 4, have a big inning, get back in it. If you're Newberry, the way that you have to think about it is, yeah, we don't want to give up any runs, but even a 3-run home run here, you're still up 4, and you can reset yourself. But it's the second-team all-conference pick, Joe Butts at the plate. He's 0 for 2. 1 out, 2 men on. Campbell comes set. Works from the stretch. Now turns it loose. And a bunt third base side, and it just goes foul. Good job by Clements, the catcher, to get to it. Otherwise, that was a base hit, and the Indians were going to have the bases loaded. It was deceptive for a second because when it first dropped down, you thought that is just flawless. But then it took one bounce right near the grass at the lip in front of the plate about 8 or 9 feet down the third base line. And once it hit that, it skipped over the white chalk. And Butts nearly took one out of Newberry's book with a perfect push bunt. Or drag bunt, rather. 0-1 the count, the pitch. Off the plate with a fastball. 1-1. Five walks by Newberry pitching. No damage yet, though. The 1-1. High in the zone, 2-1. Well, Campbell, who is pretty lights out with 2 strikeouts when he entered in the 5th inning, inherited a 2-0 count and was throwing seeds. I've seen his control elude him here in the 6th. 2 men on and 1 out. Campbell sets on the first base side of the slab and pitches, and he misses up and away, and it's 3-1. Campbell taking his time to collect himself out there on the rubber. 3 balls and 1 strike. Here's the pitch. High, ball 4, and the bases are loaded here in the 6th. So here's Bryce Butler as a right-hander has started to get loose. Looks like Christopher Osment is the man throwing. So the bases are loaded on 3 straight walks. And Bryce Butler was 2 of the 3 Catawba hits today up. Lefty on lefty, the pitch. Fastball high and tight, ball 1. Butler not an all-conference selection, one of the 3 in the lineup today for Catawba that didn't make that list. But the count's 1 ball and no strikes. Runners lead away from each SAC in the pitch. That's on the outside corner of the fastball. 1-1. Well, there's 2 ways of thinking about this. If you're a Newberry fan and optimistic, a double play ball's coming and you get out of this inning. If you're a Catawba fan and you're optimistic, here comes the comeback. Elimination game for Newberry. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. That's on the outside corner at the knees. Butler didn't love the call. Stepped out of the box, and it's 1-2. Pretty good atmosphere, despite the fact we're pushing 11 o'clock. Base is juiced with 1 out. Campbell ahead at 1-2. Here comes the pitch, and it bounces in the dirt. Great play by Clements behind the plate. He made that one look easy, and that was a really challenging ball in the dirt. Two balls and 2 strikes. After the 68-minute rain delay, Campbell's ready to work. Base is juiced and 1 out, the pitch. Butler chops it foul into the Catawba dugout. Seven runs, 6 base hits, no errors, and 3 left on base for the 3rd seeded Wolves. No runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 6 left aboard for Catawba. Campbell's ready, and here comes the 2-2 pitch. High in the zone, fastball, ball 3, 3-2. Well, yesterday we saw Carson-Newman leave a truckload of players on base. They left 13 in the game, and they left 7 through 4 innings before finally bursting out with 7 unanswered runs. Will Catawba, after leaving 6 through the first 5, break through here in the 6th? A payoff pitch with 1 out on the way. High, ball 4, 4 straight walks, and Catawba's on the board in the 6th. Nowhere close on that one. And in a 7-1 game, it's Cameron Mills' turn. So Simpson grounded out to start the inning, and then walks to Poteet, Miller, Butts, and Butler have worked the pitch count for Campbell up to 51. In the 9-hole batting, first team all-league pick, Cameron Mills at the plate. 7-1 game. Glad you're tuning into this one. Weather better here than it was in Atlanta. I saw Georgia Tech and Florida State were playing in a hailstorm. And the first pitch on the way to Mills is off the plate away on a fastball. It's 1-0. Man, Campbell was so good, and you almost wonder, as here comes a trek to the mound, if the fact that he had to sit for so long, I think he went down to the bullpen during that lengthy 5th inning in which Newberry scored 5 times, has affected Campbell at all. We're getting a pitching change. New hurler coming in for Newberry. 7-1, Catawba threatening. Bases juiced and 1 out. Stick with us here on the SAC Digital Network.
You're right. That's a fifth floor problem.
Not in my house. No, no, no. Not today.
Jimmy, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
Happier than Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot.
Nice.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
The new pitcher for Newberry is a right-hander, Chris Osment. He's making his 11th appearance of the year. He has a 2-0 record and a 2.79 earned run average, and he inherits a dicey situation out on the mound. Bases loaded, 1 out. The good news is his team is holding a 7-1 lead here in the SAC Baseball Championships. But 4 straight walks have brought in a run and loaded the sacks. And a prime chance here with Mills at the plate. The count's 1-0. After Campbell threw his last pitch, and the first offering from Osment is a good fastball down the middle for a strike. Osment this year has been great, a multi-inning reliever as well. Hasn't given up more than 2 earned runs in any outing, and that came in as just his second appearance of the year. The 1-1. On the outside corner for a strike, and if you're Catawba, you wonder where that was when Sawyer Strickland was out there. But Osmond able to come in and throw back-to-back strikes and get ahead at 1-2. Mills is 0 for 2. 1-2 the count, and here's the pitch. And a bouncing ball, first base side, it goes foul. Otherwise, they would have had the out at first base as Orr was picking it up. But the first base umpire, Bobby Dunnigan, right on the line, great vantage point, said nope, ball's foul. And another glance at it, it looked like it hit the chalk, and it turned by hitting the chalk about 10 feet in front of the bag to twist foul. Well, as good as of an offense as Catawba has, this is a great chance, and they'd love to take advantage. Osment trying to keep Newberry alive. The 1-2. Swing and a foul tip, strike 3. Osment comes in, gets the punch out, and now he needs 1 more to leave the bases loaded. Campbell right now responsible for all of the runners on base. And in steps the leadoff man, Luke Spiva, 1 for 2 with a walk. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. A run in so far for Catawba. Indians looking to extend a 13-game winning streak. The right-hander pitches, and he hits the inside corner for strike one. Catawba leads the all-time series pretty convincingly, 55-23, but things have certainly gotten a lot closer in recent years. I mentioned the fact that Newberry won the regular season championship back in 2019. 0-1 the count to Spiven. Clements calls for time. Although that season, I'm sure Newberry would gladly flip-flop with Catawba because Catawba won the postseason championship. Then they won the regional at Newberry and advanced all the way to the College World Series. Newberry didn't win a game in the NCAA tournament that year. 0-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Spiva takes high. It's off of the glove of the catcher to the backstop, and the second run of the game comes across as Miller stomps on home. 7-2 is your score. It'll have to be a wild pitch. On the high fastball, the count's now at a ball and a strike. So charge that run to Campbell. And it's now a 5-run game, and that 5-run fifth looms even larger now. 7-2. Catawba trying to slice that even further. Osmond pitches, and Spiva swings and misses. 1-2. Well, obviously right now, this game is on Osmond. Does Catawba have a burst? They have the conference's player of the year in the on-deck circle. He'd love to get his chance. 1-2 pitch. Nearly hit Spiva. Down and in. Good block by Clements this time. Evening the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. On the inside corner, it's strike 3 called, and Spiva can't believe it. But Osmond comes in with some big-time pitching. Strands a pair. Catawba's left 8. But the Indians get 2, and they inch closer. A 7-2 game through 5.5 as we step out for a pause. Big strikeout from Osmond in a 5-run game here on the SAC Digital Network.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
a lot of scoring done with very little hitting. We've seen 7 runs scored in the last full inning. Only 1 hit in that time period. 4 walks and a wild pitch led to 2 for Catawba in the top of the 6th, while a hit batter and 5 walks brought in 5 for Newberry in the 5th, and it's a 7-2 lead for the Wolves as Caleb Link back to work, and he misses inside for ball 1 to Zane Terrence. First official batter that Link will face off against after he picked off Butler at second base. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. And a ground ball hit in the hole at short, circling around at the shortstop. Simpson, he plucks, throws across his body as he's running towards third base, and he's able to throw out Terrence. Excellent play from the all-defensive team pick. Good play by the shortstop. And Dalton Lansdowne will get his turn. A single and a run scored and a fly out to center. 1 for 2 on the day. Corner infield in as they pretty much live against this Newberry club. And the right-hand pitcher, Link, pumps in a first pitch fastball to get ahead at 0-1. Right-hander set, now pitching. And he dumps it off the plate, missing. Close the book on Montgomery, a third of an inning, 2 earned, 1 walk. Strickland goes a third of an inning, walks 3, gives up a hit, gives up 3 earned. Dollinger only faces 1 batter, and he walks him. The 1-1. Misses below the knees for a ball, 2-1. Chilly night at the ballpark. Yet again, typically, you can rock the short sleeves and feel comfortable. The 2-1. On the inside corner for a strike, 2-2. Catawba is now 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position in the game. And the Indians, the potent offense for Catawba, has been limited to 3 total hits so far. Team that led the league in batting average at .334. Here's a hopper to third. Good play by Mills on the in-between hop, but a terrible throw. It gets through the legs of Shepard. That'll be an error against the best defensive club in the conference. Well, Mills had the hard part right. He played that tough in-between hop, and then Shepard was wondering what kind of bounce he was going to get, and I think it hit the lip. That ball missed by a lot from Mills, who, as I mentioned, an all-defensive team selection. Rarely makes those kind of mistakes. And a team that had played pretty much error-free for a good chunk of the year makes that one the pitch. And that hits, I think it hit the bat of Bales, and indeed it does for a foul ball. Bales, who's 0 for 2 with a walk, is at the plate. Take another look at it from our first base angle, and he tried to bring the bat back, and it just came all the way back and clipped the bat. That's just Mills' 4th error of the season. So runner at first base and 1 out. 7-2 Newberry in the 6th, and the pitch. This time it's a good bunt. Third base side. Picked up by Mills. This time he makes a better throw to first to get the out, but the runner moves into scoring position. Lansdowne. But it's a 5-3 sack bunt. And now Luke Orr will stand in. Great day for him so far. 2 for 3. RBI and a run scored. Newberry looking to keep the pressure on. Leading at 7-2. Trying to extend its season after losing last night to Wingate 10-2. Flipping the script here against the top-seeded Indians, who blanked Coker yesterday, 12-0. Link pauses, now pitches, and Orr flies it to left field. Well, right in the tracks of Spiva. 2 steps back, reaching up. Brown leather mitt snatches it out of the air, and that ends the inning. So the error doesn't haunt Catawba. Now the Bats head back to the bat rack. Shepard, Wilkinson, Simpson due up for Catawba going to the 7th in a 7-2 game. Here on the SAC Digital Network.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip-hop group tag team to help you plan dessert?
French vanilla, rocky road, chocolate peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, shakalaka, 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 shaka. Scoop, shakalaka, shakalaka, shakalaka.
Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save.
Chris Osmond back to work here in the top of the 7th inning. Catawba, 9 outs to go. Or the top seed will falter here. In a 7-2 ball game, Osmond 2 strikeouts to clean up the mess in the 6th and limit the damage to just 2. And Shepard, who's 0 for 3 at the plate. And the first pitch to the conference's player of the year misses inside for ball 1. Shepard, the left-hand swinger. Osmond, the 3rd pitcher of the day used by Coach Russell Triplett. Osmond set pitches. And there's a strike on the inside corner. Close the book on Matthew Campbell, an inning and a third, 2 earned runs. He walks 4, gives up a hit, and strikes out 2. And Newberry flirting with danger. But the pitchers have been big. The pitch misses up and away, 2-1. And you talk about clutch hitting all the time. Well, sometimes clutch pitching is critical. And with runners on base, Catawba is 1 for 11. They've left 8 men aboard in this game. Plenty of missed chances. 2-1 to count the pitch. High in the zone, 3-1. Catawba, a team that normally can take advantage of those moments, haven't been able to do so far here. The 3-1. Shepard takes inside, ball 4. And another free pass issued in this game. That's the 8th given up by Newberry pitching. There have been 6 allowed, plus a hit batter by Catawba pitching. So that's 15 free bases. Dylan Wilkinson standing in. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. 7-2 Newberry. And the right-hand pitcher delivers. And there's a strike in at the knees to get ahead at 0-1. Runner at first base, Shepard. And a 1-strike pitch on the way. Wilkinson swings and misses. Out in front of a changeup downstairs. Well, we haven't had a true classic yet in this tournament. We've had a bunch of tight games, teams coming back. And Newberry has played wonderful baseball for 6+. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3rd punch out for Osmond. He just blew away Wilkinson with a heater off the outer half, and Wilkinson trying to fight it off. Came up empty. And in steps Jeremy Simpson, who is 0 for 3 today. Catawba's been limited to 3 hits so far. Shepard at first base after the leadoff walk. 1 out. The pitch to Simpson. He squares the bunt, and he takes a curveball inside that misses for ball 1. Osmond has a sign. 1 ball and no strikes. Glance at first, the pitch. Bunt shown and the pitch taken for strike 1 on a fastball. 1-1. Osmond pitches. That bounces in the dirt, and a good block by Clements. He's solid behind the plate. Does a really good job back there, keeping things in front of him. Newberry looking to get on a run for its 2nd conference championship. The only conference tournament title they've ever won came in 1999. The 2-1. Stays up in the zone, now 3-1. I'd be willing to bet that there's a good chunk of these Newberry players that might not even have been born the last time that Newberry won a conference championship in the tournament. It's been so heavily favored by teams like Wingate and Catawba, combining for 14 of them. The 3-1. Fastball outside corner to run the count full, rather, at 3-2. Tusculum and Carson-Newman each have 4 apiece, so that's 22 conference titles between those 4 teams that are all still in it. Newberry's really the outlier with just the 1, but every program that's left has the championship trophy. There goes the runner. The 3-2 is high, ball 4, and another walk. 6 of the last 9 Catawba batters have drawn a walk. The problem is the other 3 have struck out. So you're not even putting the ball in play. Catawba has struck out 8 times as Lee Poteet stands in. He's walked twice and flown to right. 7-2 Newberry, top of the 7th with 1 out. A long pause here from Osmond, and a pitch. Good fastball, hits the outside corner for strike 1. Well, it's been a rain-filled day. Got started 4 hours late, had a 70-minute rain delay in this game. So we're only playing twice today, and that sets up 3 tomorrow and at least 2 on Monday. And we could potentially need 3 on Monday. The 0-1. Line drive into the gap in right center field. This is going to drop in for extra bases. It rolls all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Shepard steps on home. Here comes Simpson right behind him. Poteet to third. A 2-run triple from Lee Poteet, and it's a 7-4 game here in the 7th. Saba. And now Zach Miller, who's 0 for 2 with a walk in the game. And now Catawba can make this thing really interesting if they can get that runner in from third base. It's down to a 7-4 margin for Newberry. The right-hander Osment coming set. Lifts the leg and fires. And he misses down and away for ball one. And now you start to feel that the regular season champs are feeling it a little bit. Newberry calm and collected as they typically are. Osment, the freshman right-hander, delivers. And a high fly ball lifted off of first base, out of play. Osment listed on Newberry's website as an infielder. He didn't make his first pitching appearance until February 28th, was thrown into the fire against Wingate. He's never played the field, so he has been converted from an infielder to a pitcher, and he's been good, but trying to limit the damage now. Poteet at third, the 1-1. Foul ball straight back. Nearly took out Newberry broadcaster Gary Page. I don't think that he has his window open. No, he's got him cracked. That nearly took him out. That was headed straight back here. I was ready to go. Gary was ready to leave the ballpark. He was diving all out of the place. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And a right-hander pitches. And a line drive, slapping on the ground and smacking it into left field. A base hit Miller. Poteet's on home plate. And it's now a 7-5 game. Miller with a hard low liner that bounced on the ground a couple times past the diving third baseman Power. And it's a 3-run 7th, and now 5 unanswered for Catawba. And Newberry has sent a pair of righties down to the bullpen. Or check that, a righty and a lefty down to the bullpen. And here comes Joe Butts, 0 for 2 with a walk. Runner at first base is Miller. Back-to-back big-time pokes. And the right-hander pitches and finds the outside corner with a fastball for a strike. Well, this is what Catawba just does so often. I mentioned the last time these teams met in the conference tournament, it was the title game. Newberry had an early lead. They couldn't hold it. They're clinging to a 2-run margin with the tying run at the plate here in the 7th. The pitch. Ground ball out to second. This could be 2. Lands down to Allman at second for 1 to first. That's a double play. A big one and a much-needed one for Newberry. 4-6-3, but Catawba is able to get 3 back, and at stretch time, it's a 7-5 ball game here in the SAC Baseball Championships.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity.
Dear college sports,
there's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
We've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
Catawba's on the comeback trail. They've scored 5 unanswered, and now Newberry sticks back to the dish. Looking to get back in the run column and tack on some insurance. Jack Harris will start us off. He's flown out to right twice. He's also walked. And in a 7-5 ball game here in the bottom of the 7th inning, Newberry needs 6 outs. But what they'd love to do is to get the offense back and rolling. A big 5-run fifth is the difference. Link pitches, and his first offering is a good slider at the bottom of the zone across the knees for strike 1. Well, Link has righted the ship. Catawba used 4 different pitchers in the 5th. Oh, and 1 the count. The pitch. High in the zone. There's a ball. Link so far an inning and a third. Hasn't allowed a base runner. Thrown 12 pitches to get those 3 outs in the 6th and picked off a runner when he entered the game. To end that threat in the 5th. Catawba still has action in the bullpen. The 1-1. High fastball misses. 2-1. It just feels like it's such a small zone, really, for both sides. And you have to be in and around, and hitters don't have to be as aggressive knowing that. The 2-1 pitch. Hard hit smash into right center field, sinking in a hurry, and over to cut it off on 1 bounce is Bryce Butler. And it's a leadoff hard hit liner from Harris in the 7th hit of the day for Newberry. So now Aiden Bauer. 0 for 2 with a bases loaded RBI walk. Left-hand hitter will dig in. And a left-hand pitcher will start to get loose down in the Catawba bullpen. 7-5 game. Newberry has the lead here in the 7th. Link stretches. He pitches. A bunt shown and a strike taken after Bauer backs away. Newberry has stolen 1 base, but they've been caught stealing twice. Very uncharacteristic for a team that in their last 14 games has 4 with at least 5 steals. And that's where they put all sorts of pressure on you. The 0-1. Foul ball back into the left. 0-2. Well, you know Catawba wants to get the bats back to work. But right now, it is a Newberry team that has their eyes set on getting some more opportunities. Right-hander pitches, and it's off the plate, up and away on a fastball. One ball and 2 strikes. Link finds the sign. Now he pitches. And a hard hit liner deep into the corner. Poteet hustling over. He reaches up as he steps onto the warning track to make the catch. Gets it back to the infield quickly to make sure that the runner doesn't consider moving. That's a good play and right by Poteet, because if that gets over his head, he could really set the stage for something big for Newberry. But Poteet perfectly placed, able to hustle over and grab it. So now Colin Allman, who has walked and scored twice, struck out in his only other plate appearance. Newberry with a run in the 2nd, a run in the 3rd. After a 70-minute rain delay, they scored 5 times in the 5th. But Catawba has since scored twice in the 6th and 3 more times in the 7th. Right-hander comes set. He pitches. And he misses off the plate away for ball 1. Allman overall this season, just a .258 hitter, but has been an all-conference pick in his career. Some of these numbers this year either inflated or deflated because of the shortened season. Fastball on the outside corner, 1-1. Allman, a second-team all-conference pick in 2019, an all-tournament team selection as well that year. He was an all-region pick back in 2018. The 1-1 pitch on the way, and Allman takes at the bottom of the zone for a strike on a fastball. As a sophomore, he hit .391, and then followed that up in 2019 with a .299 average. Last year, he hit .345, so he's a career 300-plus hitter. The problem is this season with the shortened season just hasn't really gotten it going. But you know he can bust out at any time and would like to do that here with a runner at first and 1 out. 2-run lead for Newberry. Link pitches. Misses off the plate away, 2-2. Double barrel action in Catawba's bullpen continues to toss. And now Link ready to go. And another throw to first base. Keeping a watchful eye on Harris. Harris isn't a part of the run-happy portion of this lineup. He does have 5 steals, but it's the bottom of the lineup that does the damage. And another throw over there to keep him close. And with the style that Newberry plays, you would think if they're thinking that they only get 2 more cracks at the plate, maybe they would want to consider starting the runner. Another throw over there, so 3 straight tosses over to first. And Harris's lead has been super modest as well. Now the 2-2, the runner is on the move. The pitch is taken downstairs for a ball, and Miller can't squeeze it cleanly out of the mitt. And Harris swipes his 6th bag of the year. Well, he got a great jump. And Miller just had it in his mitt, and as he was transitioning it to his hand, it just fell out of his glove a little too soon and hit the ground. And the count runs full now, more importantly, with 1 out. And Link looking for a strike. Payoff pitch coming. And it's a hard hit line drive into right field for a base hit. Poteet picks it up and gets it back to the infield since it was hit so hard. Harris has to stop at third, and there's runners at the corners with 1 out for Newberry. Eighth hit of the game for Newberry. And here comes the hottest hitter of them all, Nick Butler. 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Seven to 5 Newberry, looking to stave off elimination in the final game of our Saturday night. And out of the dugout comes Jim Gant. And I'd imagine he'd be making a pitching change with 2 pitchers ready to go down in the bullpen. He hasn't officially made the sign yet either. He's meeting with everybody on the mound right now, on the infield, dissecting what he wants to do. Well, one of the best parts about wearing masks, or in Jim Gant's case, a neck gaiter, if you don't have to worry about that whole situation where you have to bring your glove up over your face, you can just wear the mask or the gaiter and just talk like you normally would and not have to get the arms involved to make sure that you can relay the messages without anybody reading your lips. So Gann elects to leave Link in the game with 1 out. And the 9-time Coach of the Year in the league will have Caleb Link face off against the hot hitter in this lineup, Butler, who has 3 hits in the game. 7-5 Newberry, bottom of the 7th. The pitch, a bunt shown, and it squips through the legs of Miller to the backstop and in to score Harris, and Newberry gets some insurance. It's an 8-5 game. Well, Butler squared the bunt, and the pitch was in the dirt, and Miller didn't get his other leg down. And he let a big ball go through his legs, and now Newberry has its sights on getting the lead back to 4. An 8-5 game in the 7th. And a 1-0 pitch coming here to Butler. And a hard-hit ground ball out to second. It's picked up by Butts. He throws high to first. It pulls Shepard off of the bag, but he's able to collect it and slap the tag on the waistband of Butler. That was nearly a disaster. Butts threw it, and he threw it high towards home plate, and Shepard was fortunate to pick it up and make the play and ensure that the runner, Allman, didn't move all the way to home plate. Instead, stops at third. And it brings us to a break. Pitching change for Catawba. 8-5 lead for Newberry here in the bottom of the 7th. Stick with us.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30. Touchdown. Michaela burns it. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org/opportunity. New pitcher for Catawba is 6 foot, 190-pound sophomore left-hander, UNC Greensboro transfer, Maddox Holzhauser. 8th appearance of the year, just his second in relief. He's 2-0 with a 4.91 ERA through 25 and 2/3 innings pitched, 35 strikeouts. So he is a strikeout pitcher, and he's now on the mound with a run in and a runner at third, and the catcher Ian Clements at the plate, and he takes strike one right down the middle after showing bunt. Well, this just shows the importance that Jim Gant thinks that this game has. Bringing in Holzhauser,
who might have started tomorrow, the 0-1. This is down and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, there's Tyrese Hurst as well. We haven't seen the second team all-conference reliever, Robbie Coey, the pitch. Clemens spikes it to center field. Butler's camped out underneath it. He's there to haul it in. And the center fielder ends the inning. But Newberry's able to add a run to its lead on the wild pitch, and it's now an 8-5 lead. Going to the 8th. Can Catawba get back in this one? We find out next on the SAC Digital Network.
What defines a truly distinguished university? Visionary leadership, innovative teaching and learning, compelling evidence of success, a flexible learning environment. These are the traits that have made Anderson University one of 200 schools in the world to be chosen as an Apple School of Distinction. Anderson University, knowledge for the journey.
You're right. That's a 5th floor problem.
Not in my house. No, no, no. Not today.
Jimmy, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
Happier than Dikembe Mutombo blocking a shot.
Nice.
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Eight, 9, and 1 due up for Catawba. Top of the 8th inning. Getting towards the end of this one as we near midnight. An 8-5 lead for Newberry. They've pretty much led from the jump. Scored a run in the 2nd, 1 more in the 3rd, and then a 5 spot in the 5th. Catawba has struck for 5 in their last 2 trips to the plate, and they trail it by 3. Butler at the plate. Osmond so far, an inning and 2/3. He's given up 3 earned. Couple hits and a couple walks, but he struck out 3. Top of the lineup is looming for Catawba. They'd love to have some men on base. The pitch. Bouncing ball back up the middle. To his right, lands down, picks it, throws to first base. Pretty low throw, but Orr is able to squat down and snare it. For the first time today, Butler sent back to the dugout. And with 1 out, nobody on, here's Cameron Mills. He's 0 for 3, has struck out twice. He was the first batter that Osmond faced back in the 6th and struck him out. 8-5 Newberry. The right-hander is ready. He pitches. And a high fly ball foul off of first. There's something about Mills that on fastballs, he's late, so he must be sitting on off-speed pitches because he has fouled off a boatload of fastballs here today. One strike and nothing, the pitch. And a bouncing ball out to second. Again, to his right, circling around it, lands down, bobbles it, throws to first. Not in time. Catawba gets a 1-out base runner. That's a tough one. I think you go base hit in that situation. I don't know if Lansdowne would have been able to make that play in time. I mean, certainly could have. It would have needed to be a really on-point play. I haven't seen an official ruling on it. They're going to call it an error. That's a tough one. The bobble probably would have had him at first, but they do go error, the official score here. So an E4. First error by Newberry. And now the top of the lineup in Luke Spiva. 1 for 3 with a walk, and he takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner. Outfield shuffled around to the right-hand side. Spiva has struck out twice today, including leaving the threat in the 6th. The pitch, high in the zone, 1-1. He left runners at second and third base in the inning. Mills leads away from first. The pitch. High, towering fly ball down the right field line. Giving chase is Harris. Over the fence, he reaches, and he comes up empty. Nearly made a great play on it. Down in the corner. And just a little unsure of himself. I think he was having to work around the mound as well. Yeah, he was right onto the mound, and I think once he stepped on the mound, that threw him off a little bit. He knew he was running out of real estate. I mean, it would have been an incredible catch if he would have gotten to it, but there's a little unfamiliarity with the ballpark that we've seen this weekend from outfielders. He just couldn't quite get the glove over in time. Just missed it by a few feet. So new life here for Spiva, but he's behind at 1-2. Osmond pitches. Spiva takes in the dirt. Good block again from Clements. Counts even at 2-2. Well, when you look into the on-deck circle, the tying run is the League Player of the Year, Hunter Shepard. So this is a big batter. And with the count of 2-2, a runner at first base. 2-2 the pitch. Off the plate, 3-2. Clements tried to do his best to circle it back into the zone, but it was well outside. Three balls and 2 strikes the count, and time called. Pretty big pitch in this ball game right here. If Osmond gets it, 4 outs to go. If he doesn't, the tying run is coming to the plate. 3-2 the count. The runner holds the pitch, and Spiva rips it through the right side of the infield, just past the second baseman, lands down and into right center for a base hit. Spiva comes through, his second hit of the day, and the tying run is coming to the plate here in the 8th. Sixth knock of the day for Catawba. 8 runs on 8 hits, an error, and 5 left on base for Newberry. 5 runs, 6 hits, an error, and 8 left aboard for Catawba. Indians started 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Shepard's 0 for 3 with a walk. 2 for 7 in the tournament so far. Is this where he busts out? Big matchup here. Nobody in the Newberry bullpen. Tying run at the plate. The pitch. Good backdoor breaking ball on the outside corner for strike 1. How about this? The freshman, 2 months into his playing career, getting a chance to go against one of the most experienced players that this league has. Graduate student Hunter Shepard. 0-1 the count. Osmond pitches from the stretch. Here it is. And Shepard ropes it out towards center field, hanging in the air, diving, and making the catch is Terrence on a sinking liner to rob Shepard of a hit and keep a run off the board. Put a star next to that one. Huge play on a sinking liner. Terrence, I think, second-guessed himself on how far he needed to come in, eventually laid out for it and was able to make the play. And with 2 outs and 2 on, Dylan Wilkinson gets his turn. 8-5 Newberry. 4 outs away from leaving elimination on the doorstep for now. The righty pitches, and he misses downstairs. Ball 1. Wilkinson today is 0 for 3 with a walk. Catawba's struggles with runners in scoring position continue. 2 of 11 in this game. Newberry's 4 for 8. Wolves have taken advantage. 1-0 the count, the pitch. Slashed foul off of third base. Wilkinson laid on it. A modest shift in place, or the first baseman is pretty much hugging the line. The second baseman, Lansdowne, has shifted over in that direction as well. And the shortstop's the one that really has the biggest part of this shift on. He's a step or 2 over towards third base. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Wilkinson crushes it. Deep right center field. Terrence going back to the wall. He looks up. So long. Tie ball game. Wilkinson's 3rd of the year. It is an 8-8 game as we near midnight. Wilkinson got a great pitch to hit and hammered it over the Twin Peaks sign in right center, almost 375 feet away. His first home run since April 16th. And we start anew at 8 in the 8th. And now Jeremy Simpson, 0 for 3 with a walk and a swing and a miss. Well, that play by Terrence looms even larger now because that could have given Catawba a lead. Instead, it's just tied. Let's see how Osmond comes back as he pitches. Simpson flares it to right, hustling over Harris. He has plenty of space. He makes the catch, and that ends the inning. But a batter too late. Dylan Wilkinson, his 3rd long ball of the season, has started this game anew. A long ball to right center. We're tied at 8. Going to the bottom of the 8th here in the SAC Baseball Championships.
Dear college sports,
There's light at the end of the tunnel.
A return to normal and all we love about sports.
You've instilled resilience, focus, and selflessness in us. We've put those lessons to work.
we've found strength and unity in each other.
You continue to take us places we never imagined.
You bring out the best in us.
So when we look forward, we see the light at the end of the tunnel.
We see a better world for all of us and for college sports.
Catawba College is a story of transformation. It's a place where students' creativity is fostered, a place of inspiration to go beyond the classroom, a place of belonging no matter who you are. Mentorships, a broad curriculum, and hands-on experiences prepare students for employment and a lifetime of learning. At Catawba, you begin as you are and transform with your interests and experiences. We're Catawba, and we have a good story to tell.
Catawba fans have something to be excited about. One of the biggest hits of Dylan Wilkinson's life. 3-run home run ties the score at 8. And a team that ranked 7th in the conference in home runs launches a critical one here. And now the Newberry bats back to the plate as Zane Terrence takes ball 1 off the plate up and away. Maddox Holzhauser back to work. He came in to end the 7th inning. Lefty pitches. He misses down and away, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. He faced Clements, the only batter that he faced. Terrence today, 0 for 2. He's been hit by a pitch and scored a run. 2 balls and no strikes. Here's the pitch. And it's on the outside corner at the knees for a strike. Well, what's interesting about how Newberry's lineup stacks up, they have a bunch of leadoff hitters in actuality, and the bottom 2 in the lineup are just terrors on the base paths. Terrence has 10 steals this year, the 2-1. He'd be critical to get on base because then Lansdowne, who has 11 of them, could flip the lineup over for Bales, and then the RBI crew of Orr, Harris, and Bauer, who entered today with 72 RBIs between them. Holzhauser, it's a pitch on the outside corner to run it full now at 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. And the left-hander's ready, the pitch. Wow, that just missed. A really close pitch, and there have been some close ones today. Well, I'd have to imagine that the leash is short. Here for Holzhauser with Robbie Cowie down in the bullpen. Lansdowne's up with a runner at first. He squares the bunt, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. Lansdowne a single, a fly out, and reaching on an error. 1 for 3 officially. And in an 8-8 game in the 8th, Newberry trying to get the lead back. It is Cowie getting loose down in the bullpen. The 0-1 on hold on a throw to first. I mentioned the steals for Terrence. 10 for 10. He picks his spots, and he picks them perfectly. One strike pitch. Bunt shown again. It's through the legs of Miller. He can't find it, and the runner's taking second base. That'll be a pass ball. And that is a critical miscue. A pass ball, and Newberry doesn't even have to use the sacrifice bunt as they try to take the lead. 8 runs on 8 hits for Newberry, 8 runs on 7 hits for Catawba. And Holzhauser calling for time, and he wants to have a conversation with Miller to get on the same page. Well, it is going to take a big sequence here for Catawba to get out of this without any damage. Probably need a strikeout, and this is a Newberry team that is really, really challenging to fan. In fact, there's only been 3 strikeouts today of Newberry hitters. It's certainly a team that can put the bat on the ball. The pitch up and away, 2-1. Newberry struck out 14 times last night, 10 against LR in the 3rd game of that series, but you're facing off against some elite pitchers. Dula last night for Wingate, who's an all-conference pick, and Lanham for LR, who was the freshman of the year. The pitch, and it's a bunt, third base side, but it goes foul. Miller promptly picks it up. And now, I'm not sure exactly what Mills was pointing at. I don't know if they thought that perhaps that ball hit Lansdowne after he had stepped out of the batter's box. And I think that's what Jim Gant is having a conversation with Frank Barlow about. And now they're going to have a conversation amongst the umpiring crew to see whether or not we're going to have to take a look at this one. Well, it's a foul ball. The question is whether or not contact was made with Lansdowne after he stepped out of the batter's box. And the quartet of umpires here will all break this down on whether or not they can take a look at this. Still having that conversation out there. They haven't decided exactly whether or not they want to take a look at it or not. And what's interesting to me is if you do, here's another look at it from our angle on the first base side. And I don't know if it hit him, but if it did, I don't think that he was out of the batter's box. So after the conversation, no review. Leave the runner at second, 2-2. Lansdowne still at the plate. He squares again to bunt. Holzhauser pitches. A little Butcher Boy situation as Lansdowne brought the bat back and fouled one off first base side. Cowie continues to get loose. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Left-hander Holzhauser pitching. Check swing. Strike 3 called. And Holzhauser needed it. And he gets strike 3 called. And Lansdowne, I don't think, knew it. And he's having an extra word with Barlow. Maybe a little low, but good enough in the eyes of Barlow for strike 3. That is a critical punch out. And now Russell Triplett's heading out there. Look from the center field cam. Yeah, probably a little low, and you probably have an argument there if you're Newberry. And Kenny Bergman will be the man coming off of the bench to pinch hit. Bergman last night pinch hit, but he struck out against Sam Broderson. Bergman, a .297 hitter this year. He's one of their top options off of the bench, if not the top option. And he comes on with a go-ahead run out at second. 8-8 game, bottom of the 8th, 1 out. Holzhauser pitches, and a fly ball foul off of first out of play. Bergman this year has one of the team's 7 home runs. He's driven in 12. But since a 3-for-3 day against LR in Game 2, he's now 0 for his last 5. 1 strike pitch from Holzhauser. Misses in the dirt. This time, Miller does a good job of blocking it. Counts even at 1-1. This is the only time this weekend in which we've seen a different catcher that a team has thrown. Thrown into the fire. And that's kind of typical. You see the same catcher all weekend long. Left-hander pitches, and the right-hand hitter slices one out to right center field. Butler over into the alley to make the catch. Tagging from second base, hustling to third is Terrence. It's cut off by the shortstop Simpson. Good base running, and the go-ahead run is now 90 feet away, but there's 2 outs. So now Luke Orr will get his turn. Orr is 2 for 4. At the plate, another multi-hit game for him. And after being hitless in his last 2 games after a lengthy hitting streak, picking right back up where he left off. 8-8 game in the 8th, the pitch. Downstairs, a good left-on-left matchup here for Holzhauser. Cowie's ready. Whenever Jim Gant needs him, the nation's leader in saves is ready to go. The question is, will it be a tie game, or is Newberry going to take a lead here? 1-0 pitch on the way. Missed off the plate. Pretty good looking pitch, but it did drift off the dish. 2-0. Or this season, a .375 hitter with runners in scoring position. One of the team's leader in RBIs. As the go-ahead run at third, the pitch. And it's on the inside corner for a strike. That inside corner against left-hand hitters today, none of the left-hand hitters have liked, but they've been strikes right in that general area. Two and one the count. Holzhauser pitches. Zips a slider, but it drifts off the zone and down. 3-1. With a right-hand hitter in the on-deck circle, I wonder if this is the last batter for Holzhauser. And if Jim Gant wants to go to the closer. The 3-1. Foul ball. Good pitch from Holzhauser. Late on it, or to spoil it and run the count full with 2 outs. 3-2 the count. 2 outs. We're tied at 8. Bottom of the 8th inning. Dylan Wilkinson tied it with a 2-out, 3-run blast in the top half. And now Holzhauser's payoff. Well up in the zone, ball 4, and Newberry extends the 8th. Well, it's sort of fitting right now how this game is playing out because Catawba uncharacteristically walking batters. Has walked 2 in this inning. And typically a leadoff walk late in the game or tied in the game typically comes back to nip you in the back. And Jack Harris will be the man coming to the plate, but not before Russ Weiker's heading out there to have a conversation. Jack Harris, who's 9th in the league in RBIs and the team leader with 35, is the man coming to the plate. It'll be a left on right situation. Holzhauser, the UNC Greensboro transfer. Things getting dicey here. Brown started it, 4 innings, then the rain delay hit. 68 minutes worth. Montgomery, Strickland, Dollinger, and Link all pitched in the 5th. Link gave him 2 innings, and now Holzhauser has thrown an inning and looking to end this frame. We're past midnight here. The late hours of a Saturday flipping into a Sunday. And in an 8-8 game, Jack Harris is coming to the plate. 8 runs, 8 hits, an error, and 5 left on base for Newberry. 8 runs, 7 hits, an error, and 8 left aboard for the 7th-ranked Catawba College Catawba Indians, riding a 13-game winning streak that's tied for the 3rd longest in the country. A team that's won 19 of its last 20 has given up its most runs in a few weeks. Now, with runners at the corners and 2 outs, here's the pitch. And it's a good bending breaking ball that's across the zone for strike 1. If Catawba wins, they would get the winner of Carson-Newman and Wingate. I think that would be Monday morning. Maybe not. I'd have to check. The 0-1. Yanked foul off of third. It's 0-2. With the schedule changing It's hard to keep track of when these games would actually be. That game would actually be at 2:45 tomorrow. Not bad. So if Catawba won, they take on the winner of Carson-Newman and Wingate at 2:45 tomorrow. After Carson-Newman and Wingate would play at 11 a.m. The 0-2. Fly ball foul down the right field line. Poteet will give chase, but that's about 15 rows up into the seats. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, runners at the corners. Holzhauer pitches, and he bounces it in the dirt. Miller does a good job of blocking it. Two walks in the inning. 8 in the game by Catawba pitching. Team that averaged less than 3 per game this year. 1-2 the count. And the pitch. And a late swing from Harris, but he sticks around by getting a piece and fouling it back. Terrence drew a walk to lead off the frame. Moved to second on a passed ball. And Lansdowne struck out. A line out to center from Bergman, the pinch hitter. Moved Terrence to third base, or drew a walk on 6 pitches. And now a 1-2 pitch coming here to Harris. There goes the runner from first. It misses high, and the runner will take second base without a throw. Well, Miller knows better because I'm sure Newberry was just trying to see if they would throw down to see if a rundown would happen. They'd steal the go-ahead run. Instead, a base hit would make it a 2-run game going to the 9th. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Harris 1 for 3 today. 2 runs scored. Now he's trying to produce 2. The 2-2. That just missed. And not by much. Maybe slightly up in the zone. And what probably cost Holzhauer was the fact that Miller slightly popped up in his crouch a little bit. Had he let that ball come in a little bit further and not flinched, he might have gotten a call. But he was squatting down and he had to lift his chest up to catch it. That was a pretty good pitch. Instead, it leads to a payoff. Holzhauer brings it up there. And Harris rips it to deep left field, giving Chase Spiva over into the alleyway. He makes the catch. And that ends the inning. Harris gave it a ride, but Spiva was into the alley, and that ends the inning. 2 left on base for Newberry. We go to the 9th. Poteet, Miller butts to the bat rack for Catawba in an 8-8 game here on the SAC Digital Network. Lee Poteet leads off the top of the 9th inning. We're tied at 8. The regular season champs at the plate, Newberry. And after seeing a 7-0 lead go by the wayside, trying to pick itself up as Osment pitches and pumps in a first pitch strike on his 50th offering of the day. Poteet's been aboard 3 times, and his 2-run triple back in the 7th inning trimmed it to a 3-run game at the time. 1 strike and nothing the count. Osment stretches. He pitches. He misses high and tight. 1-1. Newberry has started to get the bullpen up. Double barrel action. Righty and a lefty. 15 total hits, 16 total runs. It's been a lot of walks today. The 1-1 drifts off the plate. 2-1. Newberry pitching has walked 9. Catawba pitching has walked 8. Pretty uncharacteristic for both clubs. As Both were top 4 in the league in walks. The 2-1. Misses inside. 3-1, and Russell Triplett not having it. Well, both sides have been extremely unhappy with Frank Barlow's strike zone. Three and 1 the count in an 8-8 game. And the right-hand pitcher coming set, and he delivers. And a hard hit smash through the left side of the infield, past the diving third baseman Bauer and into left field for a base hit. Poteet starts off the 9th with a base knock. And in an 8-8 game, Zach Miller's coming to the plate. And here comes Zach Miller. Miller 1 for 3. He had an RBI single back in the 7th. We're deadlocked at 8 apiece. 8th knock of the day for Catawba. Now, can they get him all the way around? Or will Newberry get a chance to walk it off in a tie game? Osment works from the stretch. Poteet over at first base. 7 steals and 9 tries in the first pitch. He's not running, and he misses high for ball 1. And now time called. And now I think Clemens had to check to see how many more mound visits they had, as Newberry's coming out to the mound to officially use one of those. Well, it's such a dicey situation here. Catawba would have to do something so uncharacteristic and outside of themselves. They've only had 7 sacrifice bunts all season. So why would now be the time where you would consider doing that? They haven't had a sacrifice bunt since April 16th. They actually had a 5-game stretch where they had 3 after they went over a month without one in April. So I can't imagine that they'd all of a sudden flip that around and do it here, but an opportunity for Catawba to try to gain the lead after Poteet's leadoff single. Right-hander coming set, and a throw to first. Poteet checked upon. Poteet, another graduate student. This is such an experienced Catawba team, and despite the fact that Osmond has given up 6 runs, only 3 of which have been earned, the freshman seems pretty calm out there. A throw to first again, Poteet back. Osmond had given up 6 runs all season entering today. And he's given up 6 of them in this game. It was a 7-0 Newberry lead after 5. Catawba has chipped away, and Wilkinson's 3-run home run has tied it up. 1-0 the count. And another throw to first. And once again, Poteet back. Well, we saw in the last inning after 3 straight throws to first, Luke Orr swiped second. So let's see if there's another situation coming here. Poteet not moving, and a fastball misses high. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Newberry was great at home, 11-3 at home, just 11-10 on the road. They love their ballpark, and this is a big park as well. 2-0 the count, and another throw to first, and Poteet once more back safely. Now the 2-0 pitch. Looked like a good strike there right across the belt. So 2-1 in an 8-8 contest. Osment trying to settle in. In a lengthy inning, he has thrown a lot of high stress pitches the last couple innings. Alrighty, comes set at the belt and throws to first again. I mean, Poteet's not getting that big of a lead, but certainly you have to respect it over there. If you're still with us, really appreciate it here as we get close to the 12:30 hour. Our crew doing a wonderful job deep into the night on a long day of baseball and just 2 games. And another throw to first, and once again back. Well, here's one of the dangers that Osment is running into. And you've seen it before. You keep throwing to first. Sometimes you go to the well once too many times and you chuck it past the first baseman. And after all that time trying to keep the runner close, you just gift him second base. And Osment's been close with a couple low throws. The 2-1 now. Up in the zone, 3-1. Well, you do wonder, when does the leash run out on Osment? He's obviously their guy. The one that they want to rely upon. They've had 2 men loosening in the bullpen for the last couple innings. 3 balls and a strike. The runner takes off this time. It's a swing and a miss. Clements, great throw down. It is in time as the tag is applied for the out. Lansdowne slaps it on him. And Catawba gets the running game going, and it's a caught stealing to erase the runner. The tag was on the helmet of Poteet as he was trying a headlong dive. So now it's 3-2, and the bases are empty with 1 out. And that changes things here for Osment. And here comes a payoff pitch. And it's a swing and a miss. And just like that, an opportunity here for Osment to get out of this inning. His 4th punch out. And now Joe Butts, who's 0 for 3 with a walk. We're tied at 8. Identical line scores. 8 runs, 8 hits, and an error for each team. In the bottom of the 9th, it's the heart of the lineup due up for Newberry. Righty against right-hand batter. The pitch. Drifts off the plate, down and away. And it counts 1 ball and no strikes. Two outs, nobody on. Osment pitches, and a swing and a miss. Kind of a sword swing there by Butts. Tried to lay off and didn't complete the follow-through all the way to his back. Bauer, Allman, Butler. The 3 due up for Newberry in the bottom of the 9th inning. As it stands now, it'll be a tie game at 8. 2 outs, nobody on. Butts trying to change that. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Osment. That caught stealing has completely changed. One ball and 2 strikes. Once again, ready is Osment. Here's the pitch. Way upstairs. 2-2. Clements hadn't thrown out a would-be base stealer all season. Opponents were 10 for 10 in stolen base attempts against him. And that was the very first one that he threw out. Outfield shuffled around to the right, and the rain's starting to fall again. And now the 2-2. Off the plate, down and away, 3-2, and a new baseball requested. Well, we thought that we were done with rain, and yet here we go. Starting to drizzle yet again. And fans starting to get the umbrellas back out. Three balls and two strikes with two outs. And another payoff pitch from Osment coming. Swing and a miss, strike three. The rookie right-hander with two big-time punch-outs, and it ends the inning. To the bottom of the ninth, we're tied at 8. Bauer, Allman, Butler to the bat rack here on the SAC Digital Network.
At me. Okay, let's get started. When you're first looking at where to go to school, what were you searching for?
Well, when I first started searching, I knew I wanted to
where I wouldn't just grow as an athlete, but I'd also learn everything that I needed to know to launch my own business.
Somewhere that would truly prepare me for the real world, for what I was going to do next.
Where I could grow as an artist and develop my craft.
I wanted to go to believed in me.
Somewhere that after I left, I would be proud of the person that I became.
And I found that place
at Coker.
The rain continues to fall here at the ballpark, and Newberry turned into 12:30 at night. Aiden Bauer starts us off, and Holzhauser's first pitch is a fastball on the inside corner for strike one. Bauer today 0 for 3 with a bases-loaded walk. 8-8 game in the ninth. The pitch is on the inside corner again. And it's 0-2. If memory serves, the last walk-off hit in the conference baseball, 1-2. Here it is. That bounces in the dirt. Now 2-2. 18 season as well. To beat Wingate. The vice bunt. And Catawba has made the call to the bullpen. We'll step out for a break, tell you about the new pitcher in an 8-8 game here on the SAC Digital Network.
In NCAA Division II, student athletes leave a lasting impression on their communities. That's because Division II student athletes want to make a difference and truly be part of their surrounding communities. Through community engagement, thousands of student athletes from various backgrounds interact with community members who view them as role models. This interaction leaves a positive and perhaps even life-changing impression on all those involved. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Tasha, did you know Geico could save you hundreds on car insurance and a whole lot more? So what are you waiting for? Hip Hop Group Tag Team to help you plan dessert?
Fresh vanilla, rocky road, chocolate, peanut butter cookie dough. Scoop, there it is. Scoop, there it is.
Sack bunt, and a good job by Cameron Morrison, the catcher, to cover third base. Otherwise, Bauer could have thought about hustling on over to third and having the winning run 90 feet away. Instead, prime situation here for Newberry. They're going to intentionally walk Butler. He had the first out of the inning when it looked like Osment was reeling a little bit. So an intentional walk. And with one out, the winning run's out at second base. Catawba leads the conference with 25 turned double plays. Can they turn one here? Or is Clements the hero? Tie game in the bottom of the ninth, and Cowie looks back the runner. Cowie staring down the barrel. Gets a sign from Morrison. And the right-hander pitches, and he drops one low for a ball. Well, Cowie hasn't allowed a run since March 23rd. 9 straight shutout innings. Gave up a home run at North Georgia on March 23rd. Here comes the winning run. Bauer to the plate. The throw is on target. He's out at the plate. Butler with the seed to the dish. Morrison slaps the tag on. And for now, we play on. Bauer with a headlong dive. Morrison caught it, got the tag on. That is a close play. And the home plate umpire, Frank Barlow, was right on top of it. And for right now, he's out. I think regardless, Russell Triplett's going to ask for a review. He's got 2 of them. He's an all-conference defensive player. And here's the throw. There's the catch. Yeah, it looks like Bauer's hand got caught up on the leg of Morrison. We had 3 great angles on this one. Standing ovation to our crew. There it is. Bauer's hand gets caught on the foot of Morrison. The tag is on the rear end of Bauer. And it looks like Frank Barlow absolutely nailed that call. But we're going to get a couple. Gather around out there on the field to have their discussion over at third base. They gathered already to have the word. And the official replay review up here is taking a look at it from 3 different angles that we have. Wonderful work by our crew. Confirming these calls, altering these calls. And I mean, the fact that Bauer slid in head first, Morrison's leg got in there. And at least from the angles that we're seeing, it doesn't look like that left hand of Bauer gets to the front edge of the bag. But we'll take a look at it from all 3 angles in this situation. If that is indeed out, we're taking a look at that live. There's no chance you're going to get a good angle on that one. The umpire in the field is blocking him. That's your only way you can get to that one. And I mean, this would be bone crushing for both teams. Checks the runner and pitches, and he misses high and tight. And it's 2-1. Apologize for any technical issues that we may have had. I think our equipment was so overrun with what just happened. The throw out at the plate of Bauer. 2-1 the count. Butler's play could be the play of this tournament. Terrence trying to make that a distant memory. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, the pitch. Off the plate away, 3-2. Terrence trying to make that Butler play like the Jalen Suggs buzzer beater in the NCAA tournament. A great play, but a play that didn't win you the game. What a seed to the dish. Payoff pitch. Runners will be on the move. Cowie, knowing that, will look back the runner at second. That's the winning run. We've already seen one man thrown out at the plate. Butler, just an unbelievable play. These are the top two defensive teams in the league. Runners will take off here. The payoff pitch. High fly ball hit deep to left field. Terrence sends Spiva back to the warning track, but he makes the catch, and we are going to extra innings. The incredible defensive play on this liner back up the middle. The all-defensive team pick, Bryce Butler with a seed to the dish. They throw out the runner, and we're going to extras. Tied at 8 here on the SAC Digital. Here's the top of the 10th inning. And the man of the hour, Bryce Butler, coming to the plate. His throw from center, gunning down the potential winning run at the plate. And now he leads off the top of the 10th against Osment, who's been great in relief. Righty on left-hand batter. And the pitch. Butler spoils it down the left field line. Osment now at 67 pitches on the day. And he just faced the minimum. And righty on the left-hand batter, and the pitch is on the inside corner. It's strike 3 called, and Butler knew it. Third straight strikeout for Osment, his 6th of the day, a career high. Cameron Mills stands in. He's 0 for 4. Newberry in a tie, 8-8 game.
At me. Okay, let's get started. When you're first looking at where to go to school, what were you searching for?
Well, when I first started searching, I knew I wanted to go to a place where I wouldn't feel limited.
Where I wouldn't just grow as an athlete, but I'd also learn everything that I needed to know to launch my own business.
Somewhere that would truly prepare me for the real world, for what I was going to do next.
Where I could grow as an artist and develop my craft.
I wanted to go to a place where I wouldn't be just another number, a place where people really knew me.
Where over time, I would become a leader.
Somewhere that would show me all that I can be.
Somewhere that believed in me.
Somewhere that after I left, I would be proud of the person that I became.
And I found
that place
at Coker.
We're tied at 8. You're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Newberry trying to walk it off. It'll be Dalton Lansdowne to lead us off. 1 for 4 on the day. And Cowie back to work as he pitches and misses down and away on a fastball for ball 1. Close the book on Holzhauser. An inning and a 30, walks 3, strikes out 1, but doesn't give up any runs. As Cowie pitches, and he fires in a strike on the inside corner to even it up at 1-1. Well, Cowie has thrown multiple innings on a few different occasions this year, as many as 3. That was against Wise on April 12th, the 1-1. Fastball misses outside, 2-1. We were supposed to play a third game today, and obviously that had no chance after this one. Almost 1 o'clock now. Game that started at 7:20, the pitch. Line drive sinking into center. Butler coming on, but he has to play it off of a bounce. And the leadoff man is aboard for a second straight inning. And Lansdowne, who's a great stolen base threat, is aboard. Tenth hit for Newberry, first time in 20 games that Catawba has allowed double-digit hits. The last time it happened, Queens had 15 of them. That was back on March 26, so it's basically been a month since it happened. The pitch, Bergman at the plate, takes a strike on a fastball. Tyler White, the last man to have a walk-off hit in the conference championships. Bergman this season has 5 sacrifice bunts. I think it's a prerequisite to have one, as he gives up another strike as he backs away. The only consistent everyday player that doesn't have a sacrifice is the team's leader in RBIs, Jack Harris, who's 2 batters away. Catawba has a couple lefties throwing in the bullpen, but they're just tossing to each other. This game pretty much on Cowie right now. Well, Newberry's selling out to try to stay alive in the conference tournament. Catawba on the other side is trying to get a 1-0. Runner takes off. It's a hard hit smash. Past the diving Simpson into left center field. Hustling over to third base goes Lansdowne, and he's going to get there with 1 out here in the 10th. Good piece of hitting for Moore, his 3rd hit of the night. 25 double plays this year. They're the best fielding team in the league. But if you're Cowie, I think your thought right now is, can I get a punch out? Harris is tough, though. Only 24 strikeouts in almost 150 plate appearances. Lansdowne at third or at second. Harris at first. The winning run is 90 feet away with 1 out. Cowie trying to keep it that way. The pitch. Foul ball back into the left. 1 strike and nothing. The Catawba team that had given up just 21 runs in their 13-game winning streak. The 0-1. Misses inside. The home plate umpire Barlow said out, but the force out was not in effect because Shepard stepped on first. Yep, his foot is right there on first base. His throw is in. There's no tag. The runner's in safely, and Newberry is going to win this game in advance. And the umpires have to talk this one over, but you can book it. A walk-off fielder's choice from Bauer. And that'll wrap it up. Newberry knows it. And now the umpires just have to confirm it. Catawba's heading off the field. And Shepard, the conference's player of the year, he got a little greedy. Could have just thrown home and ended it. At least gotten the second out of the inning to keep it alive. Squat, and the umpires are having the conversation right now. There's a ground ball to first base. Shepard picked it up. He bobbled it, actually, and then stepped on the bag. And as he gathered, he threw home. The umpire at first, Bobby Dunnigan, said out. And then the throw came in. It was not a force out. And I'm not sure if Barlow knew that, and he rung up the runner at the plate. And they're having the conversation still. I don't understand how you can still be talking about this. You got to tag him at the plate. This is a pretty straightforward call. And I mean, it's past 1 o'clock. We got to be back less than 10 hours. And now I think the umpires are going to get together with the coaches to discuss their official decision. And I think Trevor Hinson is the crew chief. I think the only argument you can potentially make is whether or not Shepard actually had control when his foot was still on the bag. Now, if that were the case, if he were bobbling it, then you would potentially have that discussion. Because if he bobbled it at first, took his foot off the bag, and then threw home, then you would have the force out. Bases would still, at least from what we've seen, Shepard had firm control of the baseball, foot on the bag, and a throw to the So we'll get a look from this area, and you can't necessarily see, but you do see Bobby Dunnigan raising his arm saying that he was out. And what's interesting about it is Morrison behind the plate didn't react as if there was an out at the plate. And I mean, you would assume that he understands the rule that you got to tag him out at the plate. He was positioned to make the tag, and I don't know if he just... So the walk-off RBI fielder's choice, and we have ourselves a weekend. Official end time, 1:09 a.m. In a game that takes 5 hours, 49 minutes with a 1 hour and 8 minute rain delay in there. Hey, I need somebody to run the wireless stuff down. So we'll have a conversation with Russell Triplett here in just a moment. So we'll take a break, and we'll come back to wrap things up here on the SAC Digital Network. Since it's late in the night, we'll go ahead and skip the interviews here this evening. Crazy game. Newberry wins it. Final score, 9-8. We'll wrap things up here. Full post game will be on thesac.com. Thanks for tuning in. The final score, Newberry 9 and Catawba 8. We're back in action tomorrow at 11 a.m. Carson-Newman and Wingate here from Smoky Stadium. For our entire crew, Mike